our promises to patients through productivity by strengthening our capabilities in manufacturing operations, building an agile supply chain and integrated cost structures. Productivity is also driven by digital initiatives that touch the entire pharma life cycle. First, we aim to strengthen the primary value chain by applying digital science in R&D, accelerating drug development timelines. We are also one of the earliest adopters of Industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing operations among pharma companies in India, working towards building factories of the future. Second, we are transforming the customer-patient journey by introducing key digital initiatives that elevate user experience. These include platforms for sales force excellence, best-in-class knowledge-sharing platforms for healthcare professionals, and digital native business models such as SFAS, a first-of-its-kind comprehensive digital outpatient offering. We aim to create healthcare solutions through innovation. Over the years, our legacy of pioneering several APIs and finished drugs, exporting APIs at scale, initiating novel drug discovery in the 1990s, introducing several molecules in India for the first time, being the first in India to receive 180-day exclusivity from the US FDA, and the first to market several high-value complex generics have helped us meet unmet medical needs of patients. We led the industry in taking bold steps and breaking new frontiers in our core areas of expertise. Now, with our dedicated innovation unit leading the way, we are embarking on our next leg of growth with a focus on new segments. Our journey has been marked by the trust our patients, partners, and stakeholders place in us. We are inspired by our strong sense of purpose, committed to giving back to the communities that help us thrive. We actively work towards raising awareness about good health. We are passionate about reducing our impact on the environment and conserving precious resources. Sustainability is central to our purpose and strategy. In 2004, we released our first sustainability report and were among the earliest companies in India to initiate voluntary disclosures on social and environmental aspects. In 2020, we became the first pharma company in India and the third in Asia to join the Science Based Targets initiative to set science targets for ourselves. We have been featured as a member of the S&P Sustainability Yearbook for 2 years in a row, featured in the Emerging Markets category in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years in a row, and many more. Our principle of dynamism drives us to create value for our shareholders. Our principle of empathy guides our strong leadership team and progressive people practices. We invest in talented, capable people and help them grow into the professionals they are meant to be. Our proactive policies on diversity and inclusion have made us the only Indian pharma company to be featured on the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index 5 times in a row. All these aspects make us the partner of choice for leading organizations globally, and our efforts have been recognized by several prestigious organizations. As the healthcare industry moves into the future, we look forward to serving our patients and partners better and reinforcing our place as a global pharmaceutical company by leveraging technology and innovation. Moving forward, we will continue to strengthen our core and build the future. Because good health can't wait.
Tata Motors vehicles start with the press of a button. But starting Tata Motors wasn't as easy. Let's travel back in time to find out how it all began. World War II had just ended, and India was marching towards independence. This newly independent country would need a stronghold in the engineering sector to flourish. We filled this gap by establishing the Tata Locomotive and Engineering Company in an old workshop in Jamshedpur. We started with steam road rollers, boilers for wagons and locomotives. Since this was a first for India, expertise was required. So, we onboarded the best at the time and aimed for international standards. In fact, every week, the parts rejected by the technicians were displayed and a post-mortem was held. A tedious but effective exercise. Soon, Daimler-Benz, the makers of Mercedes, who had never expanded beyond Germany, reached out to the Tatas. This collaboration led to the creation of the first made-in-India truck. We made history together when 3 of our trucks drove 8,000 miles from Geneva to Bombay without a single breakdown, proving their durability to the world. Our focus began to expand. With that came a new name and an endeavor to carve out space in the global automotive market. As our trucks crossed borders, we traveled from Jamshedpur to Pune to build more vehicles, each better than before. We set up the Engineering and Research Center to change the course of Indian mobility. It gave us the confidence to strike out on our own. The Mercedes three-pointed star gave way to the T for Tata. We expanded to medium, heavy and light commercial vehicles and excavators, and began building indigenous passenger vehicles. This was followed by many firsts. Tata Sierra, the first Indian PV. Tata Sumo, the first Indian MUV. Tata Indica, India's first fully indigenous car. Tata Safari, the first Indian SUV. We entered the new century with a new name and new aspirations. We created the small commercial vehicle segment, set a new milestone by acquiring Jaguar Land Rover, launched the Tata Nano, and introduced the T1 Prima Truck Racing Championship. Sounds thrilling? It was more than that. It was also safe. Something we've focused on for many, many years. To bring world-class car safety to Indian consumers. With that ethos, we built a vast range of CVs and PVs for India and used technology to make them smart. The next step, the Tata Universe. We are leading the e-mobility revolution in India with a range of EVs. But that's not all. We are also building the EV ecosystem. With us, Indian mobility is on the right path to the future.
Our planet faces challenges like never before. Soil health.
Good morning, Dr. Mashelkar. Sir, how are you? Good to see you.
Good morning. Great to see you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Dr. Mashelkar. How are you?
Very well indeed. How about you?
Good morning, Eddie, sir.
Good.
Very, very good, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Mashelkar. Good morning, Dr. Reddy.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning, Ashish.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Shah.
Morning,
Good morning.
Raghupati. Morning,
Sir.
Ashish.
Morning, sir.
Good morning,
Great day.
Mr. Reddy. Good morning, Mr. Mashelkar, sir. Raghupati from
Good morning. Good morning.
Renuka, you are on mute. You are saying something. Renuka, you are on mute.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Renuka, and I will be emceeing the morning session. All of you. Thank you.
So we are in touch with the office of Ms. Savita Rao, and she would be joining in a while. And but thank you, Mashelkar sir, for leading us in our jury, and for the awards are really becoming one of the most coveted awards in the industry now.
They are not one of the most. They are the most.
Thank you, sir. All your leadership, your guidance.
No, CII has been always a thought leader, an action leader. More importantly, action leader. So I'm very proud to be associated with CII, not now, for 25 years now.
Yes, sir.
You know, including the president of this technology summit and all sorts of things we have done.
Yes, sir.
Right from, and with several presidents, Rahul Bajaj to Sanjeev. So it just goes on. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That's
Thank
it.
you. We are very honored. We are very honored. Thank you.
Thank you. And with people like Saha here, I'll tell you, he has been really the pillar of strength as far as we are concerned. We depend so much upon him, and the very, very hard work of Navalita. She's a wonderful girl.
She is, sir.
It's a pleasure. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And the leadership of our chairman, sir, Mr. Reddy. He has been a good patron.
Of
So
course,
you,
of course.
Yes.
I haven't done much, Ashish, so don't praise me too much in front of Dr. Mashelkar.
Satish Reddy is very humble, sir, because this year has been a very major new thrust has been given on IP activities.
Yeah.
Leadership, it is new, seeing new frontiers, new strategies, new way of approach. Thanks to his Satish Reddy's leadership and his guidance.
Yes.
So through these awards and recognition, we are trying to, sir, further encourage people to focus on IPs and making IP a movement in India somewhere.
I'll tell you something interesting. We started this awareness, and that awareness reached so far, I'll tell you. Once I was invited in Yeroda jail to address some 2,000 inmates, just to inspire them or whatever. And then they took me around. They took me around to the kitchen, where they make 10,000 rotis a day.
Okay.
Yeah. And there were some engineers who actually redesigned the interior mixing chamber. And then they went to the superintendent and said, there is some Mashelkar who keeps on talking about patents. Can we patent that? And can you imagine? They filed patents from Yeroda jail.
Oh,
so that's the kind of awareness
yes.
that sort of we had.
That's wonderful, sir.
Yeah.
And the perseverance.
Perseverance.
Yes, sir.
Purpose, perseverance, and passion. You have to have the big purpose, North Star. Perseverance, it's too early to give up.
Yes,
Winners never quit, quitters never win. And do it with passion. That's it.
Right, sir. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Very well said, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Saha from his TIFAC days has really led the movement, and fantastic contribution, basically. We're very lucky to have his help and support.
Yes. Great, sir. We look forward to have similar support and taking initiatives further forward in coming months.
Good morning. Good morning, Ashish. I'm trying to connect to Ms. Daura's office. Just give me a minute. I'll let you know when she'll be joining.
Sure, please. Thanks.
Yeah.
When we celebrate the decade of these awards, 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Something special.
Definitely, sir. That's a great thought. We will. Yes.
When will that be, Ashish? The 10th year?
So this is the 8th edition of the awards this year.
8th edition. Okay.
Yeah. So next year onwards, we will starting building up our
Looking at 2024.
Yes, sir.
2024. Okay.
That's going to be, in any case, very dynamic year for the country. General elections coming and all those things.
Election year.
It'll be the most interesting year all of us have to watch out for.
Yeah.
In all aspects.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
But very rightly said, sir, these three words, the purpose, perseverance, and passion.
Passion, yeah.
Perfect. What a wonderful combination, sir.
But the purpose has to be not just for yourself.
Yeah, for the country, for this
country, and
subject, the domain.
it is a North Star. That's what we look for, and keeping always that in mind.
Yes, sir.
Important. In fact, I've been talking a lot about resilience.
Yes, sir.
How do you stand despite pandemic, despite Ukraine, despite Taiwan might come or may not? Getting the entire organization aligned to the big purpose.
Yes, sir.
Stay together. I think that's the most important part.
True, sir. True. Very true. So we'll just wait for our other eminent guests, and I think we are in touch with their office.
See, actually, we are on live, sir. Huh? Just be.
Yeah.
Already we are live.
Yes, we are live on the YouTube and other channels.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ms. Daura is joining. So, his office just informed she is joining. Yeah.
So as soon as she joins, Ashish,
Yeah.
with the permission of the chair, can we start?
Yeah, we'll take permission from chair to start. I think she will be joining in a while, and then
Yeah.
we'll
Just wait for her.
Mr. Katsura from JPO has joined. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
おはようございます。素晴らしい。日本語上手ですね。
Thank you. Thank you for your support and your encouragement, sir, from the institutional, support and encouragement that you guys give. Thank you. Look
It's my
forward.
pleasure.
Yeah, she is joined, I think.
Yeah, Mr.
Daura's joined.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning.
Madam. Yeah.
Yes, good morning. I'm sorry we haven't used Zoom in a while. We've been using WebEx. So we had some challenges. Thank you. Very good morning to all.
No problem, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Satish. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman, with your permission, can we get into the session and start?
Yes, we can get started now. Yes.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the CII and the DPIIT. A very warm welcome once again to all the distinguished dignitaries on our panel, our guests and delegates for the opening session of the 8th International Conference on IPR with the theme as Building Global IP Partnerships. We are happy to share that this year for the conference, Japan is a partner country. To begin with this session this morning, I'd like to begin with inviting Mr. Satish Reddy, Chairman CII National Committee on IP and Chairman Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited to give his welcome address. So.
So very good morning. Mrs. Sunita Daura, Special Secretary, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, the DPIIT. Dr. Mashelkar, former Director General of CSIR and Chair of the Jury for the CII Industrial Awards 2022. Mr. Masanori Katsura, Deputy Commissioner of Japan Patent Office. Mr. Marco Alman, Additional Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization. Mr. Saha, Senior Advisor CII, eminent speakers, invitees, and delegates. On behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, it's my proud privilege to extend a very warm welcome to the esteemed dignitaries on this momentous occasion of the 8th International Conference on IPR, focusing on the theme of building global IP partnerships. Thank you, Masanori-san, for joining us today and for your constant endeavors in establishing a thriving bilateral relationship between our two countries. I take this opportunity to welcome the Japanese delegation to this virtual platform that will provide unparalleled opportunities to further connect scientific knowledge creation to business enterprises from our two nations. The year 2022 marks 70 years of diplomatic relations between India and Japan, which is one of the major highlights of their bilateral ties. India and Japan have established and maintained a peaceful and successful relationship over the past 70 years. India and Japan have been bilateral partners for several decades now. The fresh momentum has given a thrust to the Indo-Japan economic initiatives and built a high degree of collaboration at the industry level also. India taking the presidency of B20 this year, and CII is the only secretariat that will lead this initiative. One of the key agenda of the initiative is to encourage consistent and balanced adoption of regulatory principles on a global IP system. The presence of a large Indian representation comprising of captains of the Indian industry, policymakers, researchers, and NGOs here today underpins their commitment to bolstering the ongoing relationship between our nations. Further, I would like to inform that since the last 15 years, CII has been working towards the creation and promotion of a strong intellectual property rights ecosystem in the country. CII has actively and diligently pursued to strengthen and support the economy and the society by demonstrating and advocating the vital role of IPR in making businesses more competitive and public services more effective. The core purpose of the CII's National Committee on IPR is to guide, steer, and direct newer efforts in fostering IPR culture for the country. Broadly, CII's focus areas in intellectual property rights are: 1, policy advocacy, the enactment, enforcement, and implementation; awareness and capacity building; IP advisory and protection services, especially for the MSMEs. Further, I would like to focus on the theme of today's conference and take an opportunity to apprise you that IPR is set to be a predominant driver for growth of trade, technology, science, and the world economy. As business becomes increasingly global and technology-driven, companies everywhere are facing pressures to be on the cutting edge. Innovation and IP, which are long vital for traditional multinational corporations. And there is a need to build bridges and partnership among nations and industries to bring about changes fast and upscale the development of new technologies. Many studies worldwide suggest that intellectual property contributes significantly to the national GDP, and also for employment and also for industry yields. One of the studies by OECD, which was titled Policy Complements to the Strengthening of IPRs in Developing Countries 2010, this study reveals that 1% increase in trademark protection increases FDI by 3.8%. It also shows that 1% improvement in patent protection increases FDI by 2.8%. And 1% improvement in copyright protection increases FDI by 6.8%. The findings of such kind of studies need to be considered and adopted by countries for pouring in more investments in IP-driven industries. A bilateral and multilateral framework is required for enhancement of the standard of living across the world. I'm glad to inform you that in this 8th edition of the conference, we will also announce 8th Industrial IP Awards, wherein CII recognized the contribution of Indian industries, of academia, and R&D institutions towards promoting the IP culture in India. I'd like to congratulate all the winners of the 8th Industrial IP Awards. I also wish to thank all our government, institutional, and other key partners for the support towards this flagship initiative of the CII. Once again, extend my warm welcome to the esteemed dignitaries and the delegates to this conference. I wish you all the best for the day long of intellectual discussions and look forward to your suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Now I'd like to request Mr. R. Saha, Senior Advisor of CII, to present details of the IP initiatives of the CII. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Renika, and good morning to all the dignitaries. Dr. Mashelkar, Padma Vibhushan, former Secretary to Government of India, mentor to many innovative companies and global scientific organization. Madam Sumita Davra, Special Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Marco Elman, Additional DG WIPO. Mr. Masanori Katsura, Deputy Commissioner JPO, and friends. CII, in fact, is emerging as a serious IP player in the country. And this has been the result of last 15 years of hard work and efforts. As a result, it works very closely with government, both at the center and the state level. CII can take pride in saying that it has got an excellent linkages and network with the Indian industries to address IP problems, and also has got very healthy international network. As mentioned earlier, CII creates awareness about IPR, policy issues, and practices among CII members from time to time. It organizes workshops and seminars on different IP themes in association with various IP offices such as IPO, USPTO, JPO, UK IPO, South Korean IPO, South Korean Patent Office, and business entities. Some of the themes covered were IPR in green technologies, standard essential patents, e-commerce, and agile manufacturing. It has organized a number of training programs in the past, the most current ones being 3 such training programs on IPR valuation and licensing. CII is very much aware of the involvement and the role of state governments, because the state governments are going to be the fountainheads for creating IPR. So it organizes a number of state level workshops and roundtables with the assistance of state government in understanding IP needs and also explore models of solution. It produces a number of research reports and papers with the help of its members on various themes, such as using IPR as collateral for financing, revisiting National Biodiversity Act for benefiting Indian industries, facilitating patenting of AI-related inventions, and so on. These reports are always shared with the Government of India. Some new reports are also awaited soon. IPR missions are planned from time to time. One such mission was to Japan was in 2019, which has brought to this stage that Japan is a country partner today for this conference. It also resulted in many other initiatives between JETRO, JPO, and CII. CII IP Awards have become a flagship program. We are in the 8th edition today. A wide and unique experience has been gained in ranking firms relatively in various dimensions of intellectual property rights. Just to mention 1 or 2 aspects, while deciding these awards, we are looking at something like about 30 different independent parameters to make an assessment or the relative position of industry in the IPR. CII deposed before the Parliament Standing Committee on Commerce and put forward the suggestions towards building a strong IP ecosystem in India. And some of the points mentioned by CII were very well taken by the committee. CII set up 3 intellectual property facilitation centers to help industries, entrepreneurs, and government to handle their IP requirements. On the services front, CII is also a strong service facility for helping all types of industries, including MSME, in protecting their IPRs. It has already filed 400 patent applications, 1,200 trademark applications, and 170 designs application, and some of them have been granted too. CII helps state governments in protecting their geographical indications with a very, very proactive approach. CII approaches the government, various state governments, identify their GIs, and then help them how they can be registered. So far, CII has registered 35 GIs on behalf of various state governments. So this is a small report on the various CII initiatives which have been taken in the past and will be continuing to take the initiatives. And the last point is CII is very much aware of what are the current needs of IP systems in India in relation to the global needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sama. May I now invite Mr. Masanori Katsura, Deputy Commissioner, Japan Patent Office, to give his special address.
Yes. It's gone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Masanori Katsura at the Japan Patent Office, or JPO. As the 8th International Conference on IPR opens, I would like to say a few words of greeting. Due to the recent situation, the conference is being held online today, as it was last year. I am pleased to be able to meet you with all using this amazing digital platform. When the COVID-19 pandemic settles down, I would like to visit India and meet you all in person in order to grow and deepen our friendship. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer, the Confederation of Indian Industry, for your efforts in hosting this meeting. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to Dr. Satish Reddy, CIA Chairman, Mr. Al Saha, CIA Senior Advisor, Mr. Marco Aleman, Assistant Director General of WIPO, Dr. R.A. Mashelka, former Director General of CSIR, and Ms. Sumita Daula, Special Secretary of DPIIT, who will deliver addresses at this meeting. The year 2022 marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and Japan. This conference is one of the events marking this occasion, and many concerned parties, including DPIIT, CGPDTM, Indian companies, Japanese companies, and WIPO are participating. I am honored to address this conference as a representative of our partner country to these many stakeholders. Stakeholders from a wide range of sectors, including the government, judiciary, industry, academia, IP professionals, and legal experts from both India and Japan are participating in this conference. This conference is an opportunity for these participants to further address the theme, building global IP partnerships. This conference also features the second India-Japan Green Technology Workshop as part of the cooperation between CIA and JETRO New Delhi. India and Japan have deepened our cooperation in the field of IP in various ways, including the Indian-Japan PPH and IP training programs. Given our mutual interest in green technology and AI-related technologies, with a focus on building global IP partnership that includes addressing emerging issues. This conference is of great significance. In each session, Japanese companies, universities, WIPO Japan Office, JETRO New Delhi, JPO, etc., will introduce initiatives on the Japanese side. I am very much looking forward to the presentations from the Indian side and WIPO. The JPO will introduce 4 major initiatives. The first one is the Patent Prosecution Highway, or PPH, which can be an important tool for obtaining patent rights overseas. The PPH is a framework that allows an application determined to be patentable by the Office of Earlier Examination to undergo accelerated examination at the Office of Later Examination. India and Japan commenced the India-Japan PPH pilot program in 2019. PPH applications from India to Japan are eligible for accelerated examination results, and the patent allowance rate are higher for PPH projects than for regular ones. Since no additional fees are required to file a request for participation in the PPH pilot program, I encourage Indian applicants to take advantage of the India-Japan PPH pilot program. The JPO hopes to continue the India-Japan PPH pilot program in the near future, as it contributes to the promotion of technology transfer and investment between our two countries. The second initiative is that of JPO regarding IP finance. The JPO does not evaluate intellectual capital itself. However, the JPO has compiled and published a collection of case studies in the utilization of IP. This contributes to the enhancement of corporate value, as well as the utilization of IP and the intangible assets of companies. It is also important to activate support for SME management by financial institutions. The JPO implements initiatives to encourage financial institutions to evaluate the business potential of SMEs from IT perspectives and to support their business and management. In addition, the JPO publishes brochures and materials on the utilization of IP for financial institution staff. In this way, the JPO is engaged in initiatives to support the implementation of management strategies that utilize IP and tangible assets for Japan, as well as to support the revitalization of management support for SMEs in terms of IP finance. The third initiative is the release of case examples of patent examination on AI-related technologies. In recent years, patent applications for AI-related technologies have been increasing in many technology fields. In order to improve the transparency and the predictability of patent examinations, the JPO has developed and released case examples of patent examinations for AI-related technologies for the first time in the world. Furthermore, the JPO convened an international symposium on the examination practice of AI-related inventions, using such case examples to clarify the key points of the examination decisions made by the IP5 offices. The JPO also released examination guidelines in manga form in order to help non-patent specialists to understand the patent examination guidelines for AI. The fourth initiative is the Guide to Licensing Negotiations involving standard essential patents. All products and services that comply with standards, such as in the field of wireless communications, must be licensed under Standard Essential Patents or SEP. With the development of new technologies, including AI and IoT, the licensing of SEPs among different industries is expected to increase. Under these circumstances, the smooth and early resolution of disputes over SEPs is considered to be an issue facing the entire world, including India and Japan. The JPO has created a guide to licensing negotiations for SEPs with the aim of helping to prevent or quickly resolve disputes concerning SEPs. This guideline outlines how each of the patentee and the licensee should behave from the start to license negotiations to the conclusion of an agreement or the resolution of a dispute. The JPO expects that various parties related to SEP licensing negotiations, such as those in the negotiations and the judiciary, will utilize these guidelines. In closing, I hope that this conference will create an opportunity to help build a global IP partnership between both of our two countries and to lead to the success of all your business activities. I'm also looking forward to the further development of the environment for both Indian and Japanese applicants to obtain patent rights, which will in turn allow the economies of our two countries to grow even further. I'd like to conclude my remarks by wishing this conference a successful and fruitful outcome. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Masanori-san, for your address. Now we have a pre-recorded message from Mr. Marco Alman, Additional Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization. Can we have the video, please?
Excellent. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to speak on behalf of the World Intellectual Property Organization and Director General Darren Tan at this opening session of the 8th International Conference on IPR and the 8th CII Industrial Intellectual Property Awards ceremony, organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate the winner of the CII Industrial Intellectual Property Awards. WIPO is pleased to be an institutional partner to this event and to continue a long-standing tradition of collaboration with the CII and with the government of India. Human ingenuity and creativity helps us to achieve sustainable development and address different global challenges. The 2022 edition of the WIPO's Global Innovation Index shows that investment that drives worldwide innovation activities continue to grow despite the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, the top global corporate research and development expenditures increased their research and development expenditure by almost 10% to over $900 billion in 2021, higher than in 2019, which was just before the pandemic. This increase was primarily driven by 4 industries: ICT, hardware and electrical equipment, software and ICT services, pharmaceutical and biotechnology, and finally construction and industrial metals. However, we also see that compared to 2020 and 2021, the climate for innovation investment is being impacted by global uncertainties, and challenges are emerging in translating innovation investment into impact. WIPO recognized the growing importance that our member states are placing on strengthening their innovation ecosystems to be able to spark research and development and bring ideas to the market. WIPO, as the specialized agency of the United Nations, is committed to support government, enterprises, communities, and individuals to develop a balanced and effective global intellectual property ecosystem and use intellectual property as a tool for enterprise growth and sustainable development. Let me say a few words about India. India is increasingly focused on innovation promotion as a means for sustaining economic and social development and to promote enterprise growth. Let me mention Prime Minister Narendra Modi recent statement on innovation. He said, innovation is the buzzword across India. Proud of our innovators. And he said even more. He said, we have come a long way and want to scale even newer heights. In fact, the GI 2022 report revealed those efforts made by government and industry in India. And as a matter of fact, India have climbed to the 40th rank in the Global Innovation Index. Moreover, India is performing well above expectation among countries in comparable level of development. The micro, small and medium enterprises in particular are a cornerstone of the Indian economy. And according to government, those micro and medium-sized and small-sized enterprise as a sector contribute to the gross value added in the country's GDP at about 30% or in the last few years. These industries are a major source of employment and complements big industry by supply components and services. They are also distributed among the urban side of the country and the rural areas, thus can be important in generating growth both in rural and remote areas and in bridging the urban-rural divide. Industry and businesses will have an important role to play if India is to achieve its goal of becoming a 5 trillion economy before the end of this decade. The government, understandably, is paying a lot of attention to the development of the sector with specific policies and schemes to promote innovation and creativity throughout the economy. WIPO is fully committed to develop effective and long-term cooperation program with India to promote enterprise growth. The sector I am responsible for, the IP and innovation ecosystem sector, was created to ensure that the intellectual property system is not just a means of obtaining protection for creations and invention, but above all, a means for ensuring wider social and economic progress through a better use of its tool by inventors, enterprises, public research centers, universities, and governments. Within this sector, WIPO has dedicated programs to support SMEs whose main activities are: 1, the development of tools and materials to support SMEs to understand the IP system and use it in their business strategies. And 2nd, programs and projects to support SMEs intermediaries that are use institutions that SME can trust and rely on in order to seek support. Such is the case of CII. And through those institutions, we help them to integrate IP services into the existing menu of services they already have in providing support to SMEs. In terms of tools and materials, we have developed a number of guides that explain the management on different IP assets, and more recently, on an online IP self-assessment tool that allows SMEs to identify the IP assets and receive an automated report on how they may be used and exploited. It means how they benefit from IP. In implementing these programs, we work with governments and with business intermediaries to reach as much as possible local SMEs. Indeed, the theme of this conference, Building Global IP Partnerships, is timely and relevant. Let me say a few words to conclude. We are actively engaged with CII in exploring how we can put our collective resources together to assist Indian business to maximize the potential for growth by using the intellectual property system. I look forward to deepening our engagement. And let me close by saying that I really wish you every success in your deliberations of today.
Thank you, Mr. Marco, for your special address. I now have the pleasure to invite Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, former Director General, CSIR, and Chair of Jury for CII Industrial IP Awards 2022, to deliver his special address.
Thank you very much. Distinguished dignitaries and participants in this unique national conference, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me extend a very warm welcome to you all. It has been a great personal privilege for me to chair the CII Intellectual Property Awards Committee for the 8th consecutive year. These awards, I'm very proud to say, have gained the reputation as the most prestigious awards in this space. They are very special as they are the celebration of enterprises which are the best practitioners of IP-led innovation enterprises. CII is not just a great thought leader, but it is an action leader for India. So I want to both congratulate and thank CII for being the first body to have taken this very important initiative. For India, innovation-led non-linear growth will be a key pathway to exponential growth. In line with this objective, the purpose of the CII Awards is to encourage organizations to fuel the culture of competitive and cutting-edge IP and its commercialization. I want to begin by thanking the great jury that we had this year. They are all very eminent leaders in the IP space, coming from industry, academia, law, and many diverse fields. I want to heartily congratulate the awardees, the proud awardees whose names will be announced shortly. You are true exemplars for us. And reflecting on our IPR awards of the journey for the last 8 years, I must say that it has been a lot of learning by doing. For instance, when we began, we had no awards for startups. But now we see the startups, they are going to be the source of talent and new technology, and we have increased the scale and scope of our awards continuously. Our rigor of the process of selection is getting better every year. The jury just does not go by the number of applications filed or granted. It looks at the elements of innovation ecosystem in which the IP is created, protected, and valorized. And all credit goes to Mr. Saha for building a 30-point sort of screen to select the final awardees. So, because the parameters just don't include inputs such as annual R&D spends, also IPR spend as a percentage of R&D spend, it also looks at enabling factors such as R&D collaborations, partnerships, co-creations with academia, and even higher emphasis is on the outcomes such as IP-based products in the market, IPR licensing. So my personal appreciation to Mr. Saha, who has been a pillar of strength in creating these assessment processes, and also to Nabadita and ever-smiling Nabadita, I would say, and her team for the hard work and commitment. I'm grateful to CII for this opportunity for a number of reasons. You know my passion for IPR, for patents, for the past over 4 decades. In fact, there was a time when I was being introduced as a patentkar rather than Mashelkar. You will also recall the Haldigati warrior that I was referred to because of the historic turmeric patent battle, which was a turning point for changing the worldview on traditional knowledge as a legitimate knowledge system, and WIPO changing the patent classification system to include traditional knowledge for the first time as a part of the knowledge system. To me, it has not been intellectual property rights versus the rights of the poor. It has been intellectual property rights and the rights of the poor. All my life, I've worked on that. So as an old IP warrior, I just want to focus on 5 points in this address. First, our visionary Prime Minister has given a clarion call to the nation about being Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India. This has to be built with Atmavishwas, with self-confidence. And Atmanirbhar Bharat does not mean going back to the old protectionist days with huge tariff walls. It means India become a part of the global supply chain and competing with the world by creating products that are made in India, but also for the world. There's a determination that Make in India will not just be assembled in India, but also invented in India. And therefore, innovation and IPR is going to play a very major role. We have to recognize that IPR-driven industries contribute to national GDP, as Dr. Satish Reddy just mentioned. He gave some excellent figures. In addition, a European study has found that IPR-intensive industries in Europe generated around 30% of jobs during 2014-16 and contributed about 44.8% GDP. For ensuring the right business-friendly environment, we have to be ensuring fair competition, easier transaction of IPR, eliminating counterfeiting and piracy, and quick resolution of disputes. That's my first point. My second point is that our present IPR laws are framed way back, about 20 years back, in response to our joining trips. 1/1/2005, I still remember my active participation while we brought in product patents besides process patents and so on. At that time, all the exclusions were put in a place, keeping the realities at that time. All right. But those times are different. Context decides the content. The context has changed, content has to change. Today, technologies are moving fast globally, and without partnership, it is difficult to be on the ascending path. To attract investments and build collaborations and the highly qualified Indian diaspora, we need to have IPR laws which have quick response time comparable to laws of developed countries and high-class skills. In fact, we should be ahead of them. And the spectrum of technologies, whether one was mentioning artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, blockchain, and so on. The spectrum of technologies may change with quantum computers coming and other systems to follow. There are other areas. For example, one area that India will have to navigate through the patents is gene editing tools and is used in gene therapy and other applications. India is yet to become an important player and contributor in standard essential patents and FRAND licensing, that is fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory licensing in electronics, telecom, etc. India has to rapidly learn as to how to create value using such mechanism. This is becoming important as we move into 5G-based telecom. We need to revisit our laws meaningfully and on real-time basis. My third point has to do with building India, not just a self-reliant, but as a competitive economy. For this, among other well-known things, we have to look at the pace at which we are moving in the space of IPR vis-a-vis the rest of the world. When I took over as the Director General of CSIR in 1995, we announced the CSI IPR policy in 1996, and we were the first organization to do it. And the result was there for all of us to see. In 2002, CSI topped the list of PCT filings in Asia, with UAE in the 5th place. The same UAE, with 4,000 plus published PCT applications, was the #1 corporate filer in 2019. What happened? From 5th, how did they jump to 1st? While India and China and India were neck and neck during 1990, the 2000s witnessed a divergence between China and India, Indian patenting stalling from 2003 onwards, precisely at a time when China's patents took off. The IP Office of China now accounts for almost 46 to 47% of patent filing in the world, and more than half of global trademarks, 51.4%, and industrial design, 54%. But we have to see what China did. China has incentivized the industry through its patent box system, which provides tax breaks for revenues earned as a result of firms' patents, giving a favorable tax rate to firms that invest at least 3 to 6% of gross revenue in R&D, generate 60% of their revenue from IP, and have a substantial percentage of skilled workers. We in India, I remember I was a secretary to Department of Scientific Industry Research. We did begin with some incentives to the industry for valorization of their IP. I think we need to revisit and enhance these. My fourth point is about startups. I want to thank our visionary Prime Minister profusely. He started the Startup India movement. And this was backed by bold measures as regards fueling startup IPR policies, portfolios. These include reimbursement of patenting expenses, easing the process of patent filing for startups, and even altering the tendering processes, changing the public procurement policies. And that has helped in making India not just a starting up nation, but a leading startup nation. Until 2016-17, let me illustrate, India was producing one unicorn per year. Unicorn, as you know, is a $1 billion market cap company. In 2021, India produced one unicorn per week, not per year. I would say almost one unicorn to be precise as a scientist, since we produce 42 unicorns, not 52, but almost. So we have become the fastest growing startup nation. And that's a matter of great pride. I did an analysis of these unicorn startups. There's a good news for you. I found that around 50% of them came from elite institutions such as IITs, IIMs, but the remaining 50% came from tier 3 cities, tier 2 cities, and some of them were even dropouts. This is democratization of wealth in India. India is showing the way. It augurs very well. To this upside, there's a downside also. Most of the startups are B2C, all these unicorns. Hardly any are B2B, and even more, a small percentage is based on deep tech. We need strong cutting-edge science and technology-based startups with strong IP portfolios. We must recognize that patents are valuable for startups. I'm specifically speaking about this because, as Saha knows, we have started these startups, etc., but in terms of the actual numbers, we felt wanting this year. The 2008 Berkeley study titled Patenting by Entrepreneurs, an Empirical Study, found that 67% of venture-backed startups reported that patents have been vital for them, while 40% of all the startups held patents, 80% of those receiving venture capital investments own patents. Startups must understand the importance of it. Patents can ensure a startup's freedom to operate. Google is an industry heavyweight that complains about patents today, but as a startup back in 1998, Google deemed its seminal PageRank patent number 6285999 so vital that it filed for it before it had a business plan, venture funding, and even domain name, and then paid Stanford University, to which it had assigned the patent 336 million in shares to exclusively license it. And as one analyst had said, that without patents, Google would have been trampled by copycat search engine offerings like Yahoo, Microsoft, and other big players who dominated the market. So I will not go further. All that I would say is that as we move from orbit 1 to orbit 2 to orbit 3, I think we have to recognize this hard fact. My last point, fifth point, is that regarding the remarkable developments in digital transformation of the world. And the IP systems have to fall in line with that. I remember I was the chairman of SCIT. SCIT is the Standing Committee on Information Technology for WIPO for 2.5 years. This was almost 2 decades ago. And I remember we launched WIPONet to help developing countries moving from paper-based to digital management of IP. That was 20 years ago. What had changed? Digital transformation is it is not digitization. It is not. It is like a caterpillar getting converted into a butterfly, not a caterpillar becoming a faster caterpillar. There's a total digital transformation of the system that will be required, and also the exponential technologies. So the world has changed dramatically. It is obvious that exponential technology will bring cultural transformations in intellectual property rights management. Our legal system will have to keep pace with the rapid technological change. Since we talked about AI, let me add a couple of words about AI. The development of artificial intelligence will improve IP practices during the next decade by assessing the value of IPRs, evaluating the performance of patent prosecution with the help of algorithms, improving predictability, and cutting costs for IPR owners. Algorithms can also be trained to analyze and manage IP portfolios, making them more cost-efficient and error-free. This is especially true in the area of patent prosecution and filing, where the costs are traditionally high. Simultaneously, the use of AI will inevitably generate new questions as systems become more sophisticated and creative. Courts and legislators will have to address the pace of machine-created inventions in IP. And then there is big data analytics and automation. Intelligent software will be a standard tool used to conduct business in a fraction of a time than it currently takes an attorney. While it may not replace the expertise that an attorney brings, machines and algorithms will soon conduct a variety of functions, including searching and for infringing material and preparing patent applications. Blockchain is another one that has the potential of significantly supporting idea generators and those that work with them to create revenues from innovation. One of the most obvious applications of blockchain technology is as registry of IP rights to catalog and store original works. So this is my 5-point agenda for your consideration for our 2022 CII IPR event. I conclude by thanking you, CII, for your continued faith and trust in me. Thank you, jury, for helping us with the selection. And our heartiest congratulations to the awardees. You have done the nation proud. This morning belongs to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your highly inspiring address. It is now my privilege and honor to invite Ms. Sumita Daura, Special Secretary, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you very much and greetings to all. I'm very happy, gives me immense pleasure to be here at the 8th International Conference on IPR, which is focusing on the theme of building global intellectual property partnerships. As we are aware, in a post-COVID world with the challenges that are there before us, whether it is about the disruption in the global supply chains or it is the various challenges the world economies are facing, or in the context of climate change, the partnership over intellectual property rights has become even more critical. And Mr. Satish Reddy, the Chairman, CII National Committee, and Chairman Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, has very aptly highlighted in his talk, in his address, about the importance of patents in an increasingly global technology-driven world. I'm also very happy to see the active participation from WIPO, from JPO, JETRO as knowledge partners today. Japan is our partner country for the conference, and that's a matter of great pleasure. Mr. Masanori Katsura, the Deputy Commissioner, JPO, he highlighted India, Japan as knowledge partners. And we are all aware that under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and the former Japanese Prime Minister, Mr. Shinzo Abe, the relations between the two nations saw a major boost. And the two leaders developed the special strategic and global partnership. And the relationship between India and Japan has experienced rapid and significant expansion in recent years, and they are very robust. We have a very strong partnership. Innovation and technology is an important field where both the governments, both the countries attach the highest importance. And collaboration in areas such as outer space, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, which Dr. Mashelkar was just talking about, in nanotechnology, quantum technology. These are very exciting areas for cooperation for researchers of both India and Japan. And coming together of the innovators from both the countries would be very useful for the economies of the two nations as well as the global economy. We have also collaborated, India and Japan have collaborated on the Patent Highway PPH agreement is in place on a trial basis for 3 years and look forward to that engagement. We have spoken about India becoming a $5 trillion economy. We heard Mr. Marco Aleman, the additional DG WIPO, allude to this a little while back in his pre-recorded message. We are aware about our aspirations for growth. We are aware of the journey we've had so far. At the time of independence, we were a $33 billion economy. Today, we are the 5th largest economy in the world, and we have touched more than 3.2 trillion USD in terms of GDP. And by the time we are 100 years old, 2047, we are projected to be at a GDP of 32 trillion USD. This is a realistic estimate. We had an optimistic estimate as well, but this is the realistic estimate which I have just quoted. As we go ahead to fulfill our aspirations of growth and the sharing of the advantages of growth with the Indian population, we also need to be very supportive of harnessing the growth we derive from knowledge and innovation. We are the third largest ecosystem in startups, as we are all aware. Dr. Mashelkar also alluded to the unicorns, the 107 unicorns, which we have today. As we take advantage of these strengths and look forward to the growth being propelled further by innovation and knowledge, it's also very important to look at the process of reaching, of building intellectual property, which starts with ideation. The institutions in India, which should be encouraging and which are encouraging more of ideation. Innovation centers, incubation centers become very important, where you incubate your ideas, you get mentorship, and the academia industry collaboration becomes very important in the process of developing an idea into an innovation, incubating the idea. And then the hand-holding for filing of patents, which Dr. Mashelkar just gave very relevant examples, how it is very important for patent filing to take care of the intellectual property rights, and then commercializing the intellectual property. And all this then translates into something which is for the public good and for the good of the nation. In this context, Creative India is central to the vision of a self-reliant India, as much as Startup India and Make in India, Invest in India is. We are aware of a series of policy reforms which have been undertaken in India to promote innovation, creativity, as our presence as a global trading nation. And amongst the many steps which have been taken, the Intellectual Property Office has been modernized, and the filing of IP applications has been facilitated with administrative and legislative reforms. Under trademarks, the number of forms which are required to be filled up has been reduced from 74 to only 8. And under patents filing, there is only a single form now which needs to be filled up. So this is simplification of the processes, reduction of compliance burden, ease of processes. Apart from the ease of doing business, the overall ecosystem where we encourage more investments. And as we are aware, we had historic levels of foreign direct investment as well last year. And all this comes together, the knowledge and the startup culture, the investments, the ease of doing business, the FDI, it all comes together as a huge opportunity for the country to progress on its path towards a $32 trillion and more economy by the time we are 100 years old. Various schemes have been put in place to facilitate the process of filing. The fees for startups, MSMEs are much lower. There is hand-holding by facilitators at the cost of government. And the large pendency of applications, which has often been the bane of people who file for IP applications, the system has been expedited through digitization, and there is necessary manpower augmentation. There is more transparency, and a facility of expedited examination has also been put in place. I'm not saying things are perfect, but we are on the right path, and we are looking at this with greater dedicated efforts. We are now 5th in the case of trademark filing and 7th in case of patents, which are filed annually on the global IPAP. And owing to such coordinated efforts in the WIPO's Innovation Index, as we did hear the additional DG, Mr. Marco, say that today India is 40th in the world in the Global Innovation Index, and we were 81 in 2015, but today we are at 40 in 2022. And we aim to be among the 25 most innovative economies in the world. We have a large demographic dividend, we are aware, and that is where we look at with much greater hope and aspiration. We are negotiating several free trade agreements, and as we are aware, the FTAs with other countries with the developed world it involves a chapter on IPR, which are being very carefully negotiated as the developed economies are built on a strong foundation of IPR. We are focusing more on IP-driven technological advancements in green technology, green hydrogen technologies, in the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, as we've already spoken about, and so on. We are working towards the vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, as I explained very helpfully during the course of this meeting. And all these policies I have just alluded to, which we have discussed, they all contribute to the ultimate vision of a self-reliant India. We do believe that given India's demography and the great strengths of the country and the growth path, the growth rate, the very positive indications which are coming from the export of merchandise and service trade, from the FDI, and from even our GST collections, which are at historic levels. As we grow, we also look forward to collaborating and integrating much better with the knowledge revolution that is taking place all around the world, and promoting the use of knowledge for public good and for the growth of the nation and the world. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity today. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next segment of this program, which is the awards. And with the permission of the chair and Ms. Daura and Mr. Masanori and Dr. Mashelkar, I am moving on to that. CII launched Industrial Intellectual Property Awards in the year 2015. CII Industrial Intellectual Property Award aims at recognition and celebration of enterprises which have championed IP generation and protection to fuel their businesses. The purpose of these awards is to encourage organizations to foster a culture of IP and its commercialization. The award also brings out the achievements of enterprises into the public domain. The awards also inform the government about IP-driven enterprises and engage such enterprises in policy-making exercises. We have considered around 30 parameters during evaluations of the applications. The awards have taken shape due to a highly valued contribution from our amazing group of experts as grand jury. We would like to thank each one of them for his role in the grand jury panel, chaired by Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. I take pleasure in announcing the names of the grand jury members in alphabetical order. Professor Anil Gupta, founder of the Honeybee Network, Dr. Gurik Bal Singh Jaya, former director WIPO, Mr. Kishore Chokar, ex-member of board of Tata Group, Mr. O.P. Gupta, ex-Controller General of Patents, Trademarks and Designs and Principal Secretary, Maharashtra Government of India, Dr. R.R. Sonde, ex-VP Technology and Innovation, Thermax Limited and Professor Chemical, IIT Delhi, Mr. R. Saha, Senior Advisor, CII, Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore, Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, Chair Professor and Chairperson, Postgraduate and Doctoral Council, NSIU. Professor Dr. V.C. Vivekananda, V.C. Hidayatullah National Law University. And now we move on to this year's awards. The following 13 categories that you see are the ones who will be getting an award. However, the jury took a decision in principle that if in any category there is only one applicant, then no award will be given. Accordingly, awards have not been recommended in a few categories by the jury. This year, the jury has decided to give special appreciation awards to 12 organizations. We will now start with the awards, the startup categories. The CII Industrial IP Awards 2022 in the category of Best Patents Portfolio Startup, ICT Services, goes to WISIG Networks Private Limited. WISIG works with ecosystem partners like ODMs, EMS, partners to manufacture and deploy wireless communication equipment, consumer and IoT devices. Many congratulations to Visig Networks Private Limited. The next award is the Best Patent Portfolio Startup, Life Sciences, including Pharma and Agriculture Sciences. This goes to Nirmai Health Analytics Private Limited, which is a deep health technology startup with a breakthrough diagnostic test for detecting early-stage breast cancer in a radiation-free, accurate, affordable, and accessible way. Nirmai Thermalytics product is clinically validated and regulatory cleared by CE and US FDA for detecting breast cancer. Congratulations once again. Best Trademarks Portfolio Startups, Life Sciences Pharma goes to Shashvi Remedies Private Limited. Shashvi Remedies is Government of India recognized startup. They have developed herbal formulation for immunity booster, which may kill about 50% cancer cells. Their organization is a pioneer in providing the best topical solutions for insomnia, stress relief, and critical pain. Congratulations, Shashvi Remedies Private Limited. Best Designs Portfolio Startups Manufacturing goes to Nokark Robotics Private Limited. Nokark is a Pune-based med-tech startup currently developing smart medical devices in India for the world. Nokark V730i, the smartest ICU ventilator with cloud capabilities, which has been designed to incorporate future software, hardware, and new technology updates. Indeed, well done, Nokark Robotics Private Limited. We will now move into the SME category. Best Patents Portfolio SME, Life Science Pharma, goes to Sami Sabsinsa Group Limited. Sami Sabsinsa Group Limited is a pioneer and global leader in health sciences. The company is endowed with independent research division and a leading producer of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, standardized herbal extracts, fine chemicals, specialty chemicals, and probiotics. Many congratulations to Sami Sabinsa Group. The next award is to the Best Trademarks Portfolio SME, again in the science and pharma sector. It goes to Zim Laboratories. Zim Laboratories Limited is an innovative drug delivery solution provider focusing on improving patent, convenience, and adherence to drug intake. The company offers a range of technology-based drug delivery solutions and non-infringing proprietary manufacturing processes for the production and supply of innovative and differentiated generic pharmaceutical products to our customers globally. Wow, Zim Laboratories, many congratulations. The next category is for the academic institutions. Best Patents Portfolio Academic Institution goes to IIT Madras. Indian Institute of Technology Madras is a higher technical institute ranked #1 engineering institution in India and well known for research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and industrial consultancy. 64 products, technology, IPs were licensed to external agencies in the last 5 financial years. Congratulations to the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. We now move to the large industry category. Best Patents Portfolio, Large Life Sciences, including Pharma, Agriculture Sciences, goes to UPL Limited. UPL Limited is a global provider of sustainable agriculture products and solutions with annual revenue exceeding US $5 billion. As one of the top 5 agriculture solution companies worldwide, UPL's robust portfolio consists of biologicals and traditional crop protection solutions with more than 13,600 registrations. Indeed commendable. Congratulations, UPL. Best trademark portfolio, large life sciences, including pharma and agriculture sciences, again goes to UPL Limited. Indeed, they are doing great work in this area. Best patents portfolio, large manufacturing engineering, goes to Tata Motors. Tata Motors Limited is a leading global automobile manufacturer of cars, utility vehicles, pickup trucks, and buses. Part of the USD 113 billion Tata Group, Tata Motors is India's largest and the only OEM offering extensive range of integrated, smart, and e-mobility solutions. Tata Motors strives to bring new products that fire the imagination of Gen Next customers, fueled by state-of-the-art design and R&D centers located in India, UK, US, Italy, and South Korea. Congratulations, Tata Motors. Best trademarks portfolio, large manufacturing engineering, goes to Forbes Marshall Private Limited. Forbes Marshall has over 7 decades of experience in building steam engineering and control instrumentation solutions and is well established as a trusted brand based on its product quality and innovative solutions. Besides being named in several market reports as a leading manufacturer globally and ranked as best workplaces in India as well as Asia, Forbes Marshall has also won several awards for its product design and energy efficiency. Well done, Forbes Marshall Private Limited. Best Designs Portfolio Large, again in the manufacturing engineering, goes to Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Mahindra Group has a clear focus on leading ESG globally, enabling rural prosperity and enhancing urban living. With a goal to drive positive change in the lives of communities and stakeholders to enable them to rise, Mahindra enjoys a leadership position in farm equipment, utility vehicles, IT, and financial services in India and is the world's largest tractor company by volume. It has a strong presence in renewable energy, agriculture, logistics, hospitality, and real estate. Congratulations, Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. We now move on to the Special Appreciation Awards, which I had mentioned earlier. There are 12 Special Appreciation Awards. The awardees are TriSpace Technologies, OPC Private Limited. This is dedicated to providing clients with all necessary competitive advantage with regards to thermal aspects in the DSP multimedia spectrum of the product SoC. Congratulations, TriSpace Technologies. Celagenex Research India Private Limited is the next awardee and they have developed cutting-edge technology platform that combines clinically proven novel biological metabolites and nutrients to regulate disordered cellular biology in chronic lifestyle diseases. The company has protected the innovation and commercial application of this technology platform through an extensive intellectual property. Great work, Celagenex Research. Congratulations. Blair Motors. Blair Motors Private Limited is a Chennai-based startup founded in 2014, created over years of passion, perseverance, and commitment towards transforming the mobility space, intelligent, efficient, and sustainable. They have 6+ patents related to the architecture of the drivetrains and control systems, which are simplistic and cost-efficient. Many congratulations, Blair Motors. Amud Havel Motor Works Private Limited. This is an Indian electric vehicle company headquartered in Bangalore, founded by Jay Kumar, who's the brainchild of an evangelist. It is an out-of-the-ordinary electric motorcycle with a futuristic approach towards production of electric motorcycles in India. Boulder is the world's first electric motorcycle with a full metal body. Congratulations once again. Optimus Drugs Private Limited. Optimus Drugs Private Limited is promoted by Dr. D. Srinivas Reddy. Optimus is an integrated active pharmaceutical ingredients and its intermediates, including Optimus established in year 2004 as custom synthesis laboratory by a team of technocrats. It is one of the fastest growing manufacturers in APIs. Sorry. Congratulations, Optimus Drugs Private Limited. Arrow Green Tech Limited is intended to aggressively look at niche products. They continue to focus newer, greener, and eco-friendly technologies innovated in different geographies globally and bring them to and manufacture in India. Congratulations, Arrow Green Tech Limited. The next awardee is Amity University. Amity University is a flagship institution of the Amity Education Group, India's leading global education group established over 2 decades ago. Today, the group has grown to more than 25 campuses spread over 1,300 acres and includes 11 world-class universities, 28 schools and preschools, and 16 international campuses across the globe. Great work, Amity University. Congratulations. Jubilant Pharmova Limited. Jubilant Pharmova Limited, formerly Jubilant Life Sciences Limited, is engaged in radiopharma, allergy immunotherapy, CDMO of sterile injectable generics, contract research development and manufacturing, and proprietary novel drugs businesses. Great congratulations, Jubilant Pharmova Limited. Biocon Biologics Limited. This is a subsidiary of the Biocon Limited and vertically integrated innovation-led company with established capabilities in the development, manufacturing, and commercialization of affordable, high-quality biologics. It is driven by the business purpose of providing equitable access to healthcare through affordable, high-quality biologics. Congratulations, Biocon Biologics. The next award goes to Tata Steel Limited. Tata Steel is one of the most profitable and lowest cost producers of steel in the world. With captive iron ore mines and collieries located near our manufacturing facilities in Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar. The company's comprehensive portfolio of products and brands caters to multiple industries and segments, making the steel we produce an integral part of everyday life. Great work, Tata Steel Limited. Tata Chemicals. Tata Chemicals Limited is a leading supplier of choice to nutrition, glass, detergent, industrial, and chemical sectors. The company has a strong position of the crop protection business through its subsidiary company, Rallis India Limited. Tata Chemicals has world-class R&D facilities in Pune and Bangalore. Congratulations, Tata Chemicals Limited. Our next awardee is Triveni Turbine Limited. Triveni Turbine Limited is a dominant industrial steam turbine manufacturer with a global footprint spanning over 75 countries, helping customers achieve power self-sufficiency and sustainability with its customized steam turbines up to 100 megawatts range. Triveni manufactures back pressure and condensing steam turbines across a wide range of pressure and flow applications with a choice of impulse and reaction technology. Wow, congratulations, Triveni Turbine Limited. With that, we come to the end of the 12 special awardees, and we now release the compendium of top IP-driven organizations. This is here in front of you, as you can see. Just a moment. That's right. I'd now like to request everybody on the screen To congratulate all the winners, can we have a round of applause for all of them, please? Many congratulations to all the winners. We look forward to your active participation in the 9th edition of CII Industrial Intellectual Property Awards 2023. May I now invite Dr. Ashish Mohan, Executive Director, CII, for his closing remarks. Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Renuka. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners of these coveted Industrial Intellectual Property Awards. It is indeed encouraging to see the innovation movement and the IP movement starting to take place through the active participation of all these industry players and leaders. Heartiest congratulations to all of you, all the winners. I would like to thank Ms. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary, DPIIT, for her continued support and advice for your keynote address, ma'am. You talked about the ease of processes and various systems that ease of securing intellectual property rights, which Government of India is coming up with, and they are going to be immensely beneficial to the industry and to the economy, helping to build the knowledge economy in coming years. Thank you, ma'am, for your keynote address and your presence. Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. R. Mashelkar for his constant guidance, support, and a belief in all of us that, yes, we are here to make a difference in this IP movement. Thank you, sir. It was your special address, and you mentioned that IP rights and rights for the poor. That itself is such a motivating one-liner that, and the 5 points which you said, these are going to be the founding pillars for the movement and for the initiatives that we are going to take forward in IP in coming year and the times. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence. I would like to thank Mr. Marco Element for his address, the virtual address, but you addressed about India's rising position in the innovation index. Thank you, Mr. Marco. It was indeed great, and thanks for giving your address here. I would like to thank Mr. Masanori Katsura for his presence and his address, and I would like to congratulate both the countries, India and Japan, for jointly celebrating the 70th anniversary of our bilateral engagements and diplomatic engaging contacts. It was a great address and a great forum to take forward the IP collaboration opportunities between the two countries. Thank you, Mr. Katsura, for your address. I would like to thank Mr. Satish Reddy, our chairman for the CII National Committee on Intellectual Property and Movement, and Chairman Dr. Reddy's Laboratory. Sir, it is your leadership in which we are taking all these initiatives and awards forward. Thank you for your presence and your very, very thought-provoking theme address. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Saha for his continued guidance and advisory to our initiatives. Thank you, all of you, all the guiding partners and all the mentors for taking this for us to take this movement forward. Thank you so much. Back to you, Renuka. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashish. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we formally close this opening session and the CII Industrial IP Award ceremony. We request you to join us for the session 1 in another 15 minutes, and I look forward to seeing you at the session. I'd like to thank once again and close with all the panelists on this session, and you're now free to log out when you want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Satish, we must meet sometime.
Sure, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
But sustainability means more than climate change. It means reducing agriculture's environmental impact, building the economic resilience of farmers, and ensuring food supply chains are secure. UPL is changing agriculture for the better on small and large farms around the world. With a farmer-first mindset and programs like Pronitiva that integrate conventional crop protection solutions and bios, farmers enjoy more yields with lower residues and increased profits. NPP is a world leader in biosolutions, collaborating with partners to meet the needs of farmers and protect our planet for future generations. Zeba's climate-smart technology acts like a sponge in the ground, so water is conserved and soil aerated even in the driest locations. Nurture Farm is a pioneering digital platform connecting the smallest of farms to the technology, finance, and buyers they need to thrive. Increasing the number of women working in agriculture, providing learning, independence, and empowerment. Our End the Burn campaign to stop stubble burning in India is making farming cleaner, so people can breathe a little easier. DECO works with food producers and local communities to improve food security and reduce post-harvest losses, helping to lower the third of food currently wasted globally. So there's more fresh food for everyone, everywhere. UPL's Gigaton Carbon Goal sees us bringing together farmers, the technologies and partnerships to remove 1 gigaton of CO2 from the atmosphere by 2040. So together, we can safeguard our future.
Sustainability must have real-world impact. It is our mission to reimagine sustainability in everything we do. It is the basis of every project we start, every process we design, and every business we launch.
Reimagining sustainability. Open Ag.
Do you think all glass is the same? Think again. Saint-Gobain toughened glass is stronger and also safer. It's 4 times more stronger and 4 times more impact resistant than ordinary glass. It can withstand heavy loads like no other and withstand high wind pressures. In the rare case of breakage, it shatters into tiny blunt pieces and not harmful sharp shards, making it safe for your homes. Look out for the Saint-Gobain Assured logo on every pane to ensure product authenticity. Saint-Gobain toughened glass for strength and safety.
In 1984, our founder, Dr. K. Anji Reddy, set up Dr. Reddy's Laboratories to bring medicines within everybody's reach around the world. And for about 4 decades, we have been working towards one clear purpose: driving access and affordability to innovative medicines, because good health can't wait. In all these years, we have supported our patients and stakeholders by fulfilling our key promises, while our principles and our values have guided us to where we are today. From manufacturing bulk drugs to growing into a world-class integrated pharmaceutical company with a diverse and robust portfolio, we have come a long way. As a leading global pharma company today, we are led by our core tenets of deep science capabilities, progressive people practices, and strong focus on corporate governance. Our continued success rests on 3 strategic pillars. Through market leadership, our core businesses of API, generics, branded generics, biosimilars and OTC have led the way for us. We have expanded our presence across India, North America, Europe, and the emerging markets, and we aim to reach 1.5 billion patients. We deliver on our promises to patients through productivity by strengthening our capabilities in manufacturing operations, building an agile supply chain, and integrated cost structures. Productivity is also driven by digital initiatives that touch the entire pharma life cycle. First, we aim to strengthen the primary value chain by applying digital science in R&D, accelerating drug development timelines. We are also one of the earliest adopters of Industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing operations among pharma companies in India, working towards building factories of the future. Second, we are transforming the customer-patient journey by introducing key digital initiatives that elevate user experience. These include platforms for sales force excellence, best-in-class knowledge-sharing platforms for healthcare professionals, and digital native business models such as SFAS, a first-of-its-kind comprehensive digital outpatient offering. We aim to create healthcare solutions through innovation. Over the years, our legacy of pioneering several APIs and finished drugs, exporting APIs at scale, initiating novel drug discovery in the 1990s, introducing several molecules in India for the first time, being the first in India to receive 180-day exclusivity from the US FDA, and the first to market several high-value complex generics have helped us meet unmet medical needs of patients. We led the industry in taking bold steps in breaking new frontiers in our core areas of expertise. Now, with our dedicated innovation unit leading the way, we are embarking on our next leg of growth with a focus on new segments. Our journey has been marked by the trust our patients, partners, and stakeholders place in us. We are inspired by our strong sense of purpose, committed to giving back to the communities that help us thrive. We actively work towards raising awareness about good health. We are passionate about reducing our impact on the environment and conserving precious resources. Sustainability is central to our purpose and strategy. In 2004, we released our first sustainability report and were among the earliest companies in India to initiate voluntary disclosures on social and environmental aspects. In 2020, we became the first pharma company in India and the third in Asia to join the Science Based Targets initiative to set science targets for ourselves. We have been featured as a member of the S&P Sustainability Yearbook for 2 years in a row, featured in the Emerging Markets category in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years in a row, and many more. Our principle of dynamism drives us to create value for our shareholders. Our principle of empathy guides our strong leadership team and progressive people practices. We invest in talented, capable people and help them grow into the professionals they are meant to be. Our proactive policies on diversity and inclusion have made us the only Indian pharma company to be featured on the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index 5 times in a row. All these aspects make us the partner of choice for leading organizations globally, and our efforts have been recognized by several prestigious organizations. As the healthcare industry moves into the future, we look forward to serving our patients and partners better and reinforcing our place as a global pharmaceutical company by leveraging technology and innovation. Moving forward, we will continue to strengthen our core and build the future. Because good health can't wait.
Tata Motors vehicles start with the press of a button. But starting Tata Motors wasn't as easy. Let's travel back in time to find out how it all began. World War II had just ended, and India was marching towards independence. This newly independent country would need a stronghold in the engineering sector to flourish. We filled this gap by establishing the Tata Locomotive and Engineering Company in an old workshop in Jamshedpur. We started with steam road rollers, boilers for wagons and locomotives. Since this was a first for India, expertise was required. So we onboarded the best at the time and aimed for international standards. In fact, every week, the parts rejected by the technicians were displayed and a post-mortem was held. A tedious but effective exercise. Soon, Daimler-Benz, the makers of Mercedes, who had never expanded beyond Germany, reached out to the Tatas. This collaboration
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Roper, for joining. Hi, Miss Amy. Thanks for joining.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. It must be very early morning in your place, right?
Yes.
Many thanks for making it happen. We are really grateful to you, Mr. Roger. Your place also, it must be morning, right?
Same place as Amy. I mean, it's of Geneva, so we are early morning birds, yes.
You're on mute.
Okay. So we have most of the panelists are present here. So we are going to start our next session, why and how to build global partnership in IPR from social health and business perspectives. So our moderator of the session is Mr. R. Saha, Senior Advisor CII. I'd like to request Mr. R. Saha to take the session forward. Over to Mr. Saha.
Thank you, Navneeta, and thank you all our guests. If I make any mistake in pronouncing your name, please excuse me. So we have with us Ms. Amy Detrich from WIPO, Mr. Roger Kemp from WTO, Mr. Masaki Okamoto from Japan Patent Office, and Mr. Pritam Merchant, Senior General Manager from Tata Motors for this session. Welcome all of you. Now, we all know the world wants to live long in a clean and friendly environment. The UN has set up 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are expected to be fulfilled by the human race in the next decade or so. In order to reach these goals, I think the contribution of technologies is very, very important, because it's only the technological solutions which may take us in that direction, which includes sectors of health, energy, manufacturing, nutrition, business, and so on. And it is also essential that the technologies are developed fast and scaled up to meet large demands. Once we talk about technologies, we always think in terms of science, engineering, and technology. So engineering solutions are also going to be there. In order to increase the pace of innovation, I think it may be considered that STEM education should be accelerated as much as possible in all countries of the globe. One can see competing inventions taking place in different countries, well covered by patents and other IPRs, and these companies often join hands to provide solutions at a low cost and wide availability to meet human needs. Global partnership for sharing IPRs is a very, very important subject, and it has been in discussion for many, many years now. And whenever we talk about global partnership, we must give due attention that due benefits to all stakeholders, including industry or the inventing companies, is also taken care of. Revisiting the idea of partnership or considering its place in the next generation of global goals becomes the key factors. It is essential that alternative models, including new licensing templates, are developed. While nations have to come forward to invest, the international bodies have a responsibility to create a favorable platform to take the discussions forward till an agreed position is arrived at. Like-mindedness of nations is at the center stage. The world is faced with a complex problem, and we all know that no easy solutions are possible, yet we have to provide solution for the future generations. With these remarks, I would like to start the session, and I would first invite Ms. Amy Detrich to share her viewpoints. Ms. Amy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saha. It's a real pleasure to be with you all today, and I recognize many of my distinguished fellow panelists, so it's an honor to be among such a great group. I do have a few slides to show you, so I will try to share my screen now. Okay, and let me just switch to presentation mode. Okay, can everybody see the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me just put it in presentation mode. There we go. So I have just a few slides to show you all this morning, and let me start by introducing myself. So as Mr. Saha said, I am the director of the Global Challenges Division here at WIPO in Geneva, Switzerland, where it's very, very early in the morning, but it's a real pleasure to be with you all. And my few slides today are going to focus on intellectual property rights as both inspiration and foundation for partnerships. And because of the nature of my division's portfolio, you'll notice that most of my comments will be centered around partnerships involving health and climate change. I'd like to start with this slide because it's a good scene setter that reminds us that the major universal challenges that face every country in the world today are interconnected. And what this slide is showing is the interconnection of climate change and human health. And the reason I like to show this slide is to remind us that any partnership that would be designed with human health and medical technology in mind would also be having an impact, either negative or positive, on climate change. And I would hope that that impact would be positive. So what this wheel shows you is many of the ways that human health and climate change are intertwined. And if we look, for example, at the top green slice on the right, we see that air pollution and cardiovascular disease, obviously very interrelated. So I show this slide as a scene setter to remind us of the importance of constructing and building partnerships that take a very holistic view on the interconnected challenges that face the globe today. This is one of my favorite slides. I call it the bubble slide, and I'm happy to make this available because I know that the text on it is quite small, but let me just explain it to you. This shows the interplay when it comes to access to medical innovation. This shows the interplay among IP, health, and trade. And this comes from the trilateral study on access to medical technologies, which was co-written by WHO, WIP, and WTO. And my colleague and friend Roger Kampf from WTO will go into this in more detail in his presentation, so I don't want to steal his thunder. But what this slide is showing you is that when we consider building a partnership in the health or medical area, there are many, many issues that come into play in not only the IP space, but also the health space and the trade space. And what this is showing you is the bubbles in blue are primarily public health, the bubbles in red are intellectual property, and the bubbles in green are trade. But you notice that the colors are often running together in many of those bubbles. And if we look at the color red, which is representing intellectual property, it gives us some ideas of some entry points for partnerships based on IP rights in the medical technology space. And let me just read out those areas. So those areas are innovation policy, licensing and freedom to operate, the patent system, test data protection, and trademarks and non-proprietary names. So those give us some ideas of entry points and IPR foundations for collaborative partnerships in the global health space. If we zoom in and we look directly at the question of what is the role of the IP system in promoting and supporting sustainable development. And again, I'm addressing this because this is the remit of my division at WIPO. So just to review, we all agree that innovation has a prominent role to play in tackling not only climate change challenges, but also in achieving broader public policy goals, such as the Sustainable Development Goals. But this is where it gets a bit interesting, because the IP system is agnostic, meaning that it fosters innovation as well as the dissemination of technologies in all sectors. So it doesn't take a particular view with regards to whether these technologies are sustainable or environmentally friendly. It supports the development and dissemination of technologies in all sectors. It does not empirically promote sustainable development, but it can through purposeful strategies and of course through partnerships. Now, in order to do this, we must be very focused in our thinking and in our implementation, in designing the partnership strategies and in implementing them. So because IP is also a bit of a niche area in the much larger picture, we need to turn to partnerships if we want to harness IPRs to see larger scale impact and outcomes. Now, of course, many different types of IP can come into play when we're designing these partnerships and these programs. Patents, trademarks, industrial design rights. We can really be quite creative in thinking how we bring IPRs into these partnerships for sustainable development. And of course, why are we doing this? Well, because IP-based partnerships can be particularly important when we aim to promote access to innovation. We see this in the medical technology space, and we also see this in the climate change space. So now I am delighted to present you with an example of what an IP-based partnership might look like, specifically in the area of SDGs and in the area of addressing climate change and environmental degradation. So I'm delighted to introduce you to WIPO Green. This is a multi-stakeholder partnership, which will celebrate its 10-year anniversary, I believe no, it's next year. It's the end of next year. So we're getting ready to turn 10 years old. And what WIPO Green does is we enable the efficient adaptation and deployment of green technology solutions through collaborative multi-stakeholder approaches. And how do we do that? Well, essentially, we have created a transparent marketplace for green technology that we hope, through harnessing the massive amounts of information available through the global IP system, we hope that this brings about reduced transaction costs and a faster time to bring green technology to the marketplace and to transition away from older, more polluting technologies to greener, more environmentally friendly technologies in 7 main technological areas. And of course, one of the main aims of WIPO Green is to support innovation and innovators, particularly in the developing world, to really support those green technology innovation ecosystems in the developing world. So what does this look like? Well, as I mentioned, WIPO Green, in a nutshell, is actually an online, transparent green technology marketplace. So you can all visit it right now. You can go to any browser on the internet and you can type in WIPO Green database, and it is free to use and it is free to explore, and it is also free to have a user account, which provides you with business insights if you choose to upload a green technology, or if you choose to express a need for a green technology on the database. So we are leveraging IP and innovation to address major challenges related not only to climate change, but also to food security and the environment, which of course, as I presented on my first slide, absolutely has an impact on human health. I should say that we function thanks to partnerships. We have over 130 WIPO Green partners that help to steer and implement our work. And those partners come from private sector and SMEs. They come from government. They are national IP offices. They are fellow UN agencies, and they are universities and think tanks. And here I would be remiss without recognizing that Japan is the father of WIPO Green. It was the Japan Intellectual Property Association that came to WIPO to incubate the idea of WIPO Green, and they continue to be extremely strong supporters. And please allow me also to mention that we would welcome far more engagement from India. Given the innovation powerhouse that the country is, we would actually expect and hope to see much higher involvement from Indian businesses and from Indian organizations. As I mentioned, our database is the primary tool of WIPO Green, and we feature green technologies in the areas of energy, water, farming and forestry, pollution and waste, transportation, products, processes, and materials, and building and construction. I'm delighted to say that we are close to 130,000 technologies, patents, needs, and experts listed on the database. We also have a very powerful AI-powered search mechanism, multi-layered search, including the use of natural language terms. So you can go to our database, you can type in a complete sentence that explains what you need, including references to geographical areas and population size, and the database will return suggested matches to your technology need based on all of the information that you provided. We have we're close now to 3,000 registered users worldwide. What that means is that they have an account. They have registered for a free account, which, as I mentioned, provides quite a bit of data and information, business information, once you have uploaded either a green technology or a green patent or a need for that green technology. And over the past 9 years, I'm delighted to say that we have facilitated more than 800 connections, that many of which we hope are now on their way to green technology deals, including green technology licensing deals. But the WIPO Green database is not the only tool that we have in our toolkit. We also get close to the ground, and we run WIPO Green acceleration projects every year. Many of these are multi-year projects, and these are always at the request of a member state and in partnership with the local national IP office and business associations. This year, we have run acceleration projects in climate smart agriculture in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Peru. We're currently running a demo project called China Smart Cities that's running in Beijing as we speak. And for the past 2 years, we have been working with the Indonesian IP office as well as palm oil mills in Indonesia to find a more environmentally responsible way to deal with the palm oil mill effluent. So that is the bunches of the palm oil fruits after they are used to extract the oil. Once they begin to decompose, they actually release a tremendous amount of methane gas into the atmosphere. So we have been working with partners in Indonesia to understand how we can reduce not only the release of that methane gas, but then use those decomposing palm oil bunches, repurpose them, and perhaps turn them into fertilizer or even fuel. In addition to the acceleration projects and the database, WIPO Green also works extensively with national IP offices through our IPO Green initiative. That's where we bring national IP offices together to discuss their initiatives towards supporting green technology, to discuss the best practices, and to discuss how we can support other national IP offices to learn from these early trendsetters and to develop programs of their own. We also have a special stream of work to support female innovators from around the world and to feature their green technology innovations. And we have a pro bono program to provide legal and advisory service for green technology SMEs in developing countries. And one of our partners in this program is Sagacious IP, an Indian IP law office. I think my time is about up. I hope I provided you with a very solid example of what partnerships can look like using IP rights as the base, and with the ultimate goal of speeding up the transition to greener technologies and increasing access to medical technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy, for an excellent presentation and sharing of information. I think the accelerator project where business association can also participate, I think this is a big news to CII. And because in India we have the tax exemption on social responsibility investment or something like that. So I think maybe we'll come back to you. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Mr. Roger Kemp, who is a counselor in intellectual property, government procurement and competition division of the World Trade Organization. Before you start, Mr. Kemp, I'd just like to inform the participants that you can put your questions or remark on the chat box, and the time permits, the experts will take on your questions. Over to you, Mr. Kemp.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Saha. I'm audible, I suppose, so you can hear me?
Yes, you are.
So I will also then just try to share my screen so that you see hopefully see my short presentation. Can you see it? You're muted, but I suppose it's okay, no?
We see it, Roger, yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, many thanks also for inviting me to speak at this important conference. And a little bit like Amy, I will sort of focus on the intersection between health, trade, and IP, mainly because this is my area of work. And so I will share with you some experience taken from this area. So to start with, I thought we could usefully have a look at sort of the SDG 17, which Mr. Saha in his introduction already referred to. So the SDG 17 indeed has a strong call for sort of, global partnerships and cooperation, and refers to access to technology and knowledge. So in a way, if you're looking for the framing of all the work we are doing at multilateral level, that certainly goes into this context of the SDG 17. At the WTO, as you know, we have the TRIPS agreement, which deals with intellectual property rights. And as Amy mentioned already, I think in her introduction, we have the objectives laid down in the TRIPS agreement, which very clearly refer to the transfer and dissemination of technology, And also because the header or the title of this session is related to socials of benefits. That is explicitly enshrined in the objectives of the TRIPS agreement. Whatever IP protection and enforcement is considered, this should be conducive to social and economic welfare. We have what I think is increasingly becoming an important provision in the TRIPS agreement, which is about technology transfer to least developed countries. And this is a sort of triangular obligation for developed country members to provide incentives to their enterprises to transfer technology to least developed country members. And this has been, in the last couple of years, an increasingly active area of work, based on reports which are submitted by industrialized countries and which serve as the basis for engagement with beneficiary countries and also their companies to see what works and what doesn't work, what can be improved in order to transfer technology to those countries. I just thought it's useful in a sort of context which you may consider to be a bit of an outlier. That is the amendment of the TRIPS agreement, the trade-related compulsory licenses. Yes, it's about compulsory licenses, which in the first place are not the basis for collaboration. But even in that context, the TRIPS agreement, as amended, explicitly calls for technology transfer and also encourages countries to use this particular mechanism to foster local and regional production. And I think importantly for the industry, because I've heard this so many times during the COVID-19 pandemic, this is also a system which helps to aggregate demand and also to improve demand forecast. And so in a way helps the industry to be prepared for the demand which is coming from countries. A brief look, if I may, at the outcomes of the WTO Ministerial Conference in June. We had actually in the health-related area two important sort of instruments. One is the Ministerial Declaration on the WTO response to the COVID-19 pandemic and preparedness for future pandemics, which I will just call the WTO Pandemic Declaration. And then we had the ministerial decision on the TRIPS agreement, which includes a targeted waiver and a couple of clarifications. Now, I will leave in this presentation, I will not touch on the decision, but say a few words about the declaration. The declaration is actually important because it does provide an authoritative overview of areas where the WTO can coordinate. It calls for expeditious solutions in a number of areas, including technology transfer and also intellectual property rights. So in order to do so, to get there in terms of preparedness, relevant WTO bodies are tasked to analyze lessons learned from the pandemic and also for members to make proposals to path the way forward. As regards more specifically the issue of cooperation and partnerships, I think there are three elements which are worth highlighting from this declaration. One is the call for regulatory cooperation, and those in the pharmaceutical sector will know how important the regulatory approval process is and how difficult this sometimes can be. So an important call here for cooperation in a specific area. We have a specific reference to technology transfer, which is covered in various places in that declaration, but which is a call also implicitly for cooperation. And then explicitly, we have a sort of mandate actually for the WTO to work with WHO and other international organizations to prepare an international pandemic response. So the basis for cooperation at multilateral level is from now on, I think, enshrined in this ministerial declaration. Amy mentioned and has shown you the bubble chart taken from the trilateral study. Just a few words here about WHO, WIPO, WTO cooperation, which is a long-standing cooperation. I think it goes back to 2009, when the DGs first decided to bring those organizations closer together. And what is the benefit of this cooperation? We all have our sort of expertise in various areas, and only if we pull those together, we believe we can be sort of providing an effective response to our members. And of course, we also invite our members to copy this integrated approach, because that's, we believe, the most effective way to come up with results. Now, we have a number of key products which came out of this cooperation, which I will not mention in detail here, just to highlight one, which I think is pertinent for this topic covered by this workshop. It's actually an event which we organized in September 2021, and which touched on IP licensing, technology transfer, and sharing of know-how and clinical trial information. And among others, this workshop discussed mechanisms to support technology transfer and IP licensing, as well as enabling factors and policies for technology transfer. And I believe personally this is very important, because one thing is to mention sort of technology transfer and licensing at a sort of superficial level, but I think it's also important to move ahead and make this something more concrete, and workshops like this create the basis, I think, for that move. Beyond TRIPS, I just wanted to briefly, sort of with this slide, and this looks very packed, but the essential sort of purpose is to share hyperlinks, if in case of interest, with the many events which we have been organizing in the course of last year and this year, and which were sort of led by our Director General. And this is consisting of having a regular dialogue with international organizations, but also the industry and other stakeholders. And so we had a couple of high-level events, but we also sort of had the Multilateral Leaders Task Force, which was composed of the principals of the IMF, the World Bank Group, the WHO, and the WTO. And the DG is actually taking this up, sort of private consultations she had with manufacturers of vaccines last year, and we've extended this now to a CEO level discussion with therapeutic manufacturers. What is the aim? The aim is to understand what the problems, what the issues are the companies have in supply chains, in regulatory issues, other sort of problems, and we sort of see ourselves as a sort of communicator between the industry and also our members. And in many places, I believe this dialogue has helped to address sort of issues which were identified by the industry. In addition to this, the WTO Secretariat has been involved in many of the sort of activities, such as Act A, the Vaccine Manufacturing Working Group, which looked into free flow of goods, among others. And also, we've been working very closely with the G20 and G7 and provided input for soft declarations at that level. There's one publication I will come back to in my concluding remarks, which we did jointly with the World Bank, and which carries this very nice title, Trade Therapy Deepening Cooperation to Strengthen Pandemic Defense. Now, in my last section, I just wanted to share sort of in some practical experiences in terms of development of partnerships during the pandemic and beyond. And I've taken actually one slide from a presentation which the WTO Secretariat gave to our members, and which is taken from the UNICEF dashboard to show how sort of dynamic the evolution is in the area of licensing and technology transfer. And you do see on the screen two graphs actually, which in both cases indicate in green the number of arrangements which include technology transfer, and in blue those which are soft contract production. So that illustrates, I think, that there are many soft places where indeed technology diffusion has taken place and is taking place still at this point in time. The other slide is taken from the Graduate Institute's knowledge portal. Now, this looks very sort of weird and confusing. I would just like to invite you to focus on the colors, which are centered around companies which had developed sort of the COVID-19 vaccines. And what you see in blue here is actually cooperation agreements of high-income manufacturers, usually turning to partners in high-income countries. So this is the blue stars, if you want. Then you have the greenish soft colors, which are cooperation agreements between manufacturers from middle-income countries, and mostly also with partners from middle-income countries. And then a few yellow in entries here, which are involving manufacturers from low-income countries. So that shows the network of collaboration which sort of saw life during the COVID-19 pandemic. Just very briefly to mention that licensing and technology diffusion, of course, is very much supported by the work of the Medicines Patent Pool based here in Geneva. I've given you here a couple of examples, either from public research outfits, but also in the last entry, private companies which have licensed their products for COVID-19 treatments to the MPP. And this has led to more than 30 sub-licensees operating now for what is the production of MSD's Molnupiravir and Pfizer's Paxlovid. So this I think is interesting to bear in mind. There's so much happening in the field of technology transfer and diffusion. Two final slides to give you some ideas. The International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association data from this month or last month shows actually for vaccines, we have more than 380 manufacturing deals, and 88% of those involve technology transfer. And in the area of therapeutics, we have around 140 collaborations involving 92% of technology transfer as well. Now we have an interesting debate at the TRIPS Council, which is in the context of extending the ministerial decision from June to therapeutics and diagnostics. And a recent communication from Mexico and Switzerland confirms more or less the data which are provided by IFPMA, i.e. There's about 140 bilateral or MPP licenses which were signed. Now, is that showing that everything is perfect? Well, there's questioning about this from India, South Africa, and others, which do take note of the voluntary licenses which are in place, but still consider that those are limited and exclusive and do not necessarily lead to the sharing of technology and know-how as required to respond to the pandemic. They also argue that the way voluntary licensing is undertaken right now limits the scaling up of manufacturing capacities. So brand new, 2 days ago, you may have seen this, the Access to Medicines Index 2022 came out. And this is, of course, not a sort of holistic overview of the pharmaceutical sector, because this index looks into the 20 R&D pharmaceutical companies which develop products for high-burden diseases in low and middle-income countries. Now, what is important, I think, is that this report notes the increased engagement in voluntary licensing from 2020 to May 2022. And while this trend is driven by COVID-19 products, we can see on the graph as well that this is a much broader sort of spectrum of diseases which is covered by those licenses. And interestingly, also for the first time, I think Novartis, which granted a non-exclusive voluntary license for leukemia medicines to the Medicines Patent Pool. that is, I think, non-communicable diseases, which are sort of less in the forefront of voluntary licensing, but it shows to some extent a trend. Now, Mr. Saha, I will come to my sort of few final remarks. Certainly, what I think we can expect for the future is a strong push for more cooperation as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you just take two sort of pieces here, one is the pandemic declaration, which I mentioned, and frankly speaking, in their cooperation plays a very central role, including as regards tech transfer and also the building and expanding of manufacturing capacities. But it's also playing a central role in the negotiations of a legally binding instrument, pandemic instrument, which will be the topic at the WHO from December onwards, which again, the draft text, which focuses very heavily on coordination and cooperation, and also on transfer of technology and know-how. So I mentioned this publication, WTO World Bank on trade therapy, and I've just taken a few policy recommendations from that report in the area of intellectual property. So that report makes recommendations to governments to encourage right holders to adopt open and humanitarian licensing models, excuse me, for pandemic-related technologies. It does recommend to make full use of what I mentioned at the beginning, the technology transfer to least developed countries provision in the TRIPS agreement. And it also calls for measures to strengthen technology transfer to geographically diversify manufacturing capacities, which again, I think is a strong component if you look into partnerships, building partnerships in this area. Now, as key points to conclude, I think we always have to bear in mind that intellectual property rights are, of course, only one tool in this whole complex area of building partnerships, but it's one of the important tools, of course. But what we need is a sort of holistic, inclusive approach, work with industry, because as we have tried to do in the course of the last 2 years, but also with all levels, regional, sort of multilateral and government levels to be sort of effective. And finally, something I've heard a couple of times now, and I think it's actually a very important point, we should not forget what we managed to establish in the last 2 years in the course of the pandemic. An extensive network of collaboration, between sort of originator companies, generic companies. This should not get lost. We need to make sure that this extensive network does survive, does exist beyond the pandemic, and is further expanded. And so I think with that, Mr. Saha, I will stop here and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp, for an excellent presentation, which is full tons of information in the whole presentation. I think this presentation may be made available to us so that we can share with most participants. Yeah. The other observation is that the international organizations are on the way, on the path of developing new models for cooperation, sharing of IPR with all its limitations. And that leaves us with a lot of optimism that perhaps if we don't want it, but if any pandemic comes later on, we should be able to handle it in a much better manner than what we have been able to do. Now, so we now move on to Mr. Masaki Okamoto, who is Director, Regional Cooperation Division, Japan Patent Office, to share his viewpoint in this very complex subject of IP sharing. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Masaki Okamoto from Japan Patent Office. Let me share our slide. Can you see it? Okay. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak today at this 8th International Conference on IPR. Today, I'll introduce 3 key initiatives for utilizing IPRs and building global partnership. The first topic is the Patent Prosecution Highway, or PPH. The second one is WIPO Green, and the third one is Green Transformation Technologies Inventory, or GXTI. Let me begin by talking about the PPH. Obtaining IPRs outside of one's own country is critical for global corporate activities. The PPH is a useful tool that meets this end, and I would like to explain it to you. First of all, please take a look at this bar chart to better understand the importance of IPRs. This figure shows the breakdown in percentage of tangible and intangible assets in terms of S&P 500 market value. Intangible assets accounted for 70% of market value in 1975. However, this increased to 90% by 2020. Intangible assets include intellectual property rights such as patents, designs, and trademarks. In recent years, the acquisition of intellectual property rights has become critical for companies to enhance their value. This graph shows the number of PCT applications, or international patent applications, filed worldwide. By filing PCT applications, applicants can obtain patent rights in a large number of countries. As you can see, the number of PCT applications are increasing every year. This graph displays the number of patent applications filed with foreign patent offices by Indian applicants. The number of patent applications has doubled during the decades from 2010 to 2020. Various statistical information suggests that there is a growing demand by residents of India for patent rights outside of the country. The PPH is a useful tool for companies to smoothly obtain patent rights abroad. So I would like to explain how it works. For applications found to be patentable in the first IP office, the PPH allows for accelerated examination in the second IP office. Simply put, this system allows an applicant that is patented in India to be patented in Japan at a faster pace. India and Japan launched a PPH pilot program in December 2019. There are three major benefits of PPH for applicants. First, applicants can acquire patent rights faster than normal. Second, applicants can enjoy higher patent grant rates. Third, applicants can expect fewer procedures between themselves and the JPO, and that is reduce the cost of agent fees. I strongly recommended Indian applicants to take advantage of the India-Japan PPH pilot program. The India-Japan PPH pilot program helps to promote technology transfer and investment between the two countries. Japan would like to continue this program going forward in cooperation with the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade of India. I will now talk about WIPO Green. In recent years, several pressing global issues such as climate change have emerged, and they must be addressed by the international community as a whole. In particular, addressing environmental issues is a matter of concern for many companies. These issues need to be addressed through partnership among players in industries. As Ms. Amy Dieterich mentioned, WIPO Green is a platform that enables environmental technology to be transferred as a means to address these issues. We can say that the WIPO Green Database can serve as a stepping stone for matching technology seekers with technology providers. The JPO joined WIPO Green as a partner in 2020. The JPO is the first WIPO Green partner among the IP offices in the Asia-Pacific region. Japan has the largest number of WIPO Green users and partners in the world. Japan ranks second in the world after the United States in terms of the number of technologies registered by country in the WIPO Green database. Given the large number of WIPO Green Japanese users and technologies, Japan is actively working on green technology transfer as a strong supporter of WIPO Green. Next, let me share with you one of the initiatives of the JPO for solving environmental problems. Companies are expected to concretely demonstrate how they can contribute to green transformation, or GX. One way to achieve this is to analyze patent information maintained in various countries around the world. This could possibly clarify the state of available GX technologies that companies have. This analysis will also aid in formulating business strategies. GXTI is a table that classifies technology and provides an overview of all green transformation technologies. GXTI is a powerful tool that enables you to understand the current state of green technology development. The JPO conducts a survey on patent applications filed to register every green transformation technology and is planning to publish a report on this around next April or May. I have come to the end of my presentation. If you have any question about Japan's intellectual property system, please contact the JETRO New Delhi office. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Okamoto, for your very informative presentation. Now I move up to Mr. Preetham Merchant, who is a Senior General Manager for Tata Motors, to share his views. Over to you, Mr. Merchant.
Yeah, thanks. I just will put my PPT. Let me know once you are able to see that. Are you able to see?
Yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon all, and thank you, Mr. Shah, for the introduction. Firstly, I would like to thank CII for inviting me to this platform and for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this topic with such a distinguished panel. It was wonderful to understand different perspectives from my fellow speakers from WIPO, WTO, and JPO. And I really appreciate their efforts towards connecting the global IPR aspirations. Now let me share my views from Indian perspective on this topic. Like we all know, intellectual property plays a very key role in driving innovation and economic growth. Now, IP's role has evolved over time into a force that actually influences a wide range of demand and sectors, making it an increasingly influential framework that not only affects innovation, but also trade and competition. And one of the most effective ways for development is through collaboration. Collaboration and or partnership may be between two or more companies, or between a company and a research organization, or maybe with the university R&D lab. So collaborations are not only limited to business, but also needed for addressing global problems such as climate crisis, pandemics, etc. And we are in fact, we have very good examples of work being done in that. Now the question is why we need to build global partnerships in IP. Now Dr. Mashelkar in his speech, he actually mentioned, sorry, I forgot to move to the next slides. So Dr. Mashelkar actually in his speech he mentioned that India is doing good on IP. However, we are still not there and we have to do a lot, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So Indian government has been effortlessly promoting and supporting growth and development of local techs. However, there is still a gap with respect to global pattern. Now, one way for the local companies to catch up is to collaborate with advanced technology companies and in the process learn from their global experience. Now, one of the advantages of collaboration is through collaboration, multinational companies can gain market access, while growing companies can leapfrog their competition and gain a foothold on the global stage. Now, for India perspective, I would say, in other words, we can say vocal for local with global experience. Now, another wonderful program or initiative what government has started is Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is Make in India or MII, what we say. Now, though considering Indian population, the target market of our goods currently is more focused on Indian markets. However, the true objective of MII will be achieved once our products are recognized on global platforms and we start competing with global organizations. Now, many sectors such as say startups or small and medium enterprises often faces issues, business challenges, especially in terms of understanding the foreign markets, the rules and regulations in those markets, also the customer perspectives. So there are many such challenges which our firms are facing. And in such scenario, providing a global platform for MII products is a challenge. Now, one way of tackling to the challenge is through collaboration with different companies in different countries. Sharing our IPs, also utilizing their IPs to improve our products, and finally seeking their help for penetrating in foreign markets. Now, an important aspect of IPR collaboration is that it provides productive and protective development, which means that every party entering into collaboration learn from each other's knowledge and R&D, while their background and foreground IP assets are protected. Now, win-win situation for all the involved parties. Now, another concern I would say in entering into foreign markets is the unknown risk. Now, again, the collaboration or partnership may play an important role here and may help in understanding the underlying risk and utilizing the same as competitive strategy. So lastly, I would say IPR collaboration will play a very important role in our journey with all these aspects and more important towards a much desired sustainable world. Now the next point is how to build global partnership. Now, first is very important. First and at most, the company should have a well-defined IP policy. This policy should outline and enable provisions for collaboration and IPR partnerships. Any very structured, well-defined policy provides a basic framework for partnership and collaboration, and which is actually need of an hour for all the organizations. So next is to determine or identify the required partners for collaboration. Finding a right partner is decisive for successful collaboration. While we are selecting a partner, an important consideration will be to look for companies or R&D labs or universities which have a very forward-thinking philosophy or mentality, and they are like-minded who may have a common interest. So that is one important aspect when we will be going to select a partner. So next is to decide then appropriate IP partnership model, such as whether it's IP licensing or joint venture or technology transfer, etc. Now, of course, different models have their own pros and cons, and the selection of right model may vary from case-to-case basis. At times, the partnership or alliances may be specific to a particular issue and may not be as a complete overall business. So such partnerships have been extraordinarily influential in making a very rapid progress in tackling challenges. And few examples we all know, and these are very, very well-proven examples, and those are like handling diseases such as HIV, TB, malaria, etc. And lastly, now, the few key things that we need to consider for collaboration are, the first would be value. Now, this value not necessarily be in dollar value, but more from who is contributing what and what is the right value of the contribution, both tangible and non-tangible. The second aspect is life. It's very important to define the life or timeline for collaboration, preferably in terms of times, years. If not, alternatively, life of the collaboration may also be defined based on objectives or goals. The next, I would say, extent of disclosure. It's a very important factor in collaboration is to determine how much disclosure is required by the research partners. Under disclosure may deter the objective of the collaboration. Over disclosure may result in loss of IP. Therefore, it is important to carefully determine the extent of disclosure. The next important point is the IP ownership. The partnership contract should clearly define the background IPs of each party and lay clear rules in terms of ownership of foreground IP. And the last but not the least is the exit. The contract should include a well-defined exit clause to ensure effortless closure between the parties in case the partnership is not yielding required objectives. So in short, I would say it's very important to carefully discuss and decide the terms of collaboration and partnership for positive outcome. Now, despite the risks, partnerships are one of the best ways to co-create innovation because they fill gaps in capabilities and bring diverse perspectives. In the end, I would like to say that collaboration or partnerships divides the task, but multiplies the success and helps in creating better world. So this is all from my side. So thank you very much. I just thought of sharing my views on this topic. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Merchant, for a very focused presentation. And you have actually highlighted some nuts and bolts for this kind of a collaboration. Yes, they will have their own significance. But when we think in terms of disseminating such collaboration to a larger geographical areas, maybe we have to think a little differently. So yes, I think I do recognize a very well tailored presentation. Now I will open the session for some question and answers if there are any. We have left with another 2-3 minutes. So I'll request participants either to raise your hand and ask questions or put your question in the chat box. I have been putting questions in the chat box, so you can also do that. Yeah, okay. I think Mr. Roger has asked a question. And what are the ingredients for sustainable partnership? What role do trade secrets play as compared to patents? And is there readiness to voluntarily share trade secrets? So any of the panelists would like to answer this question or share your views? Well, I do feel that trade secrets will play a very, very important role. And along with the trade secrets is going to be the know-how. And know-how is something which is not usually codified because this depends on so many skill factors. Yes, I think that's a big challenge which Globe has to face. And it would be more than, I think, patent licensing or copyright licensing. So we have to find a way out. Apart from the fact that various countries will have to have their own laws on trade secrets, which is happening, but I think it's happening at a slow rate.
If I may, Mr. Saha, it's exactly that point, because I think we are at a very different level compared to patents, where licensing is also well established, I think, these days. Where we do face challenges is exactly what you say, the sharing of know-how and possibly trade secrets. And what framework do we offer for this? And I think also at multilateral level, much less developed. And then we face a situation where the situation in countries is very different. And so which makes it, I think, probably, that's my assumption, but which makes it much more difficult for companies sometimes to share what is know-how, what is trade secrets, because the legal framework is very different from a very developed patent framework. So this was the reason for me asking that question.
Yeah, in any case, without know-how and trade secret, it may be a difficult technology transfer process.
Absolutely.
Patents alone cannot take you to the end product.
Yes.
Amy, you have some point to share?
I was just turning on my camera because I realized I was the only panel member who still didn't have her camera on. But I mean, just generally on this, I think, and this is kind of a consistent theme, that we will learn a lot from the COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing partnerships. And hopefully the lessons that we learn from the technology transfer there, specifically with regards to how are we treating the trade secrets and are those also being transferred, I hope that we will learn from that space and be able to then apply it, even in the future to, if we're looking at, for example, technology transfer in the climate change mitigation space or the climate change adaptation space. So once again, it seems like the pharmaceutical partnerships and the pharmaceutical sectors are leading the way on this. And I hope that there will be concerted effort, and certainly WIPO has a role to play here, I think, as does WTO, a concerted effort to share these learnings with other industries and to understand how they might apply to future technology transfer and future partnership programs outside of the pharmaceutical sector.
Does your WIPO Green take care of these factors like sharing know-how and trade secrets, or you're facing some difficulties there?
So we are essentially a matchmaker. We bring parties together, and then it's up to them to conduct the deal as they see fit. However, we are not just WIPO Green, but WIPO more generally is looking deeply into questions around licensing and what are some licensing templates that we can help to put together for the licensing, for example, of green technologies. We already do. WIPO Green makes available a resource that kind of walks partners through that, especially SMEs that might be new to the area. So yes, absolutely. This would fall within many aspects of this would fall within not only WIPO Green, but also other divisions in WIPO. And we are looking at this, and we are next year looking at, for example, could we think of running a franchise model for the WIPO Green acceleration projects, such that other partners, including industry, could lead these acceleration projects specifically in the green technology space. And we're looking at resources that we would need to make available to them to support them to lead to such projects.
Do you have some identified thrust areas for acceleration projects?
So we actually rely on the requesting country or the requesting entity to tell us what is their challenge area and which areas are they interested in working in. So for example, in the Latin American Acceleration Project, it was originally Brazil and Chile who came to us saying, we would like WIPO Green's support to identify technologies that are already commercially available in the climate smart agricultural space. And then the countries of Argentina and Peru said, we would be very interested in that as well. So the strength of these programs is oftentimes that they are regional. Obviously, a country like India is very, very large. So just India itself would be quite big, and you wouldn't necessarily need any neighboring countries to pile in there. But of course, that's always welcome.
So if there are no more questions, I would like to thank all the panelists, starting with Ms. Amy, Mr. Roger Camp, Mr. Okamoto, and Mr. Merchant for their very useful inputs and interventions and ideas. I hope we will be able to move forward towards this theme. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Saha sir, we will start the next session at 1 o'clock then.
These presentations, you are getting copies of them?
Yes, yes. Sir, it isn't live in the CI platform. Let me talk. Yeah.
Okay.
India truck. We made history together when 3 of our trucks drove 8,000 miles from Geneva to Bombay without a single breakdown, proving their durability to the world. Our focus began to expand. With that came a new name and an endeavor to carve out space in the global automotive market. As our trucks crossed borders, we traveled from Jamshedpur to Pune to build more vehicles, each better than before. We set up the Engineering and Research Center to change the course of Indian mobility. It gave us the confidence to strike out on our own. The Mercedes three-pointed star gave way to the T for Tata. We expanded to medium, heavy and light commercial vehicles and excavators, and began building indigenous passenger vehicles. This was followed by many firsts. Tata Sierra, the first Indian PV. Tata Sumo, the first Indian MUV. Tata Indica, India's first fully indigenous car. Tata Safari, the first Indian SUV. We entered the new century with a new name and new aspirations. We created the small commercial vehicle segment, set a new milestone by acquiring Jaguar Land Rover, launched the Tata Nano, and introduced the T1 Prima Truck Racing Championship. Sounds thrilling? It was more than that. It was also safe. Something we've focused on for many, many years. To bring world-class car safety to Indian consumers. With that ethos, we built a vast range of CVs and PVs for India and used technology to make them smart. The next step, the Tata Universe. We are leading the e-mobility revolution in India with a range of EVs. But that's not all. We are also building the EV ecosystem. With us, Indian mobility is on the right path to the future.
Our planet faces challenges like never before. Soil health, water supply, food security, and of course, climate change. Agriculture, our deepest connection to the planet, must be part of the solution. Open Ag is an open network to reimagine sustainability for all. No limits, no borders. But sustainability means more than climate change. It means reducing agriculture's environmental impact, building the economic resilience of farmers, and ensuring food supply chains are secure. UPL is changing agriculture for the better on small and large farms around the world. With a farmer-first mindset and programs like ProNativa that integrate conventional crop protection solutions and bios, farmers enjoy more yields with lower residues and increased profits. NPP is a world leader in biosolutions, collaborating with partners to meet the needs of farmers and protect our planet for future generations. Zeba's climate-smart technology acts like a sponge in the ground, so water is conserved and soil aerated even in the driest locations. Nurture Farm is a pioneering digital platform connecting the smallest of farms to the technology, finance, and buyers they need to thrive. Increasing the number of women working in agriculture, providing learning, independence, and empowerment. Our End the Burn campaign to stop stubble burning in India is making farming cleaner, so people can breathe a little easier. DECO works with food producers and local communities to improve food security and reduce post-harvest losses, helping to lower the third of food currently wasted globally. So there's more fresh food for everyone, everywhere. UPL's Gigaton Carbon Goal sees us bringing together farmers, the technologies and partnerships to remove 1 gigaton of CO2 from the atmosphere by 2040. So together, we can safeguard our future.
Sustainability must have real-world impact. It is our mission to reimagine sustainability in everything we do. It is the basis of every project we start, every process we design, and every business we launch.
Reimagining sustainability. Open Ag.
Do you think all glass is the same? Think again. Saint-Gobain toughened glass is stronger and also safer. It's 4 times more stronger and 4 times more impact resistant than ordinary glass. It can withstand heavy loads like no other and withstand high wind pressures. In the rare case of breakage, it shatters into tiny blunt pieces and not harmful sharp shards, making it safe for your homes. Look out for the Saint-Gobain Assure logo on every pane to ensure product authenticity. Saint-Gobain toughened glass for strength and safety.
In 1984, our founder, Dr. K. Anji Reddy, set up Dr. Reddy's Laboratories to bring medicines within everybody's reach around the world. And for about 4 decades, we have been working towards one clear purpose: driving access and affordability to innovative medicines, because good health can't wait. In all these years, we have supported our patients and stakeholders by fulfilling our key promises, while our principles and our values have guided us to where we are today. From manufacturing bulk drugs to growing into a world-class integrated pharmaceutical company with a diverse and robust portfolio, we have come a long way. As a leading global pharma company today, we are led by our core tenets of deep science capabilities, progressive people practices, and strong focus on corporate governance. Our continued success rests on three strategic pillars. Through market leadership, our core businesses of API, generics, branded generics, biosimilars, and OTC have led the way for us. We have expanded our presence across India, North America, Europe, and the emerging markets, and we aim to reach 1.5 billion patients. We deliver on our promises to patients through productivity by strengthening our capabilities in manufacturing operations, building an agile supply chain, and integrated cost structures. Productivity is also driven by digital initiatives that touch the entire pharma life cycle. First, we aim to strengthen the primary value chain by applying digital science in R&D, accelerating drug development timelines. We are also one of the earliest adopters of Industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing operations among pharma companies in India, working towards building factories of the future. Second, we are transforming the customer-patient journey by introducing key digital initiatives that elevate user experience. These include platforms for sales force excellence, best-in-class knowledge-sharing platforms for healthcare professionals, and digital native business models such as SFAS, a first-of-its-kind comprehensive digital outpatient offering. We aim to create healthcare solutions through innovation. Over the
Sahasa, should we start? I think I can get in touch with Mr. Avital Jain. So in the meantime, we can start.
Yeah, we can start.
Yes. So thank you for joining today's conference. So we are going to start our second session. Valuation of IPR is key to business partnerships and technology transfer. Here, our moderator of the session is Mr. R. Saha, Senior Advisor at CII. And I would like to request Mr. Saha to take the session forward and introduce with the panelists and the topic. Over to you, Mr. Saha.
Thank you, Navneeta, and welcome to our panelist, Mr. Martin Brassel, co-founder and CEO of Ingot Limited UK, Mr. Hidenori Kawarai, Deputy Director, IP Promotion Division of the Japan Patent Office, and Mr. Aviral Jain, Managing Director, Duff and Phelps. We are not able to, Nandita Pai is not able to join us for some reasons, but we'll go ahead with the session. And as we see the intangibles value are taking over the tangible values of companies, valuation becomes a very, very important link in any business partnership. A company needs to have a valuation of its IPR for future investment in R&D, developing marketing strategies, expanding to various jurisdictions, exploring possibility of acquisition and joint ventures and licensing of IPR. So there are many, many roles, many outcomes which can come out of valuation. And when we talk about global partnerships, I think the valuation also takes an important role because that becomes one of the key elements because it deals with money. In the face of complex technologies, technology transfers may be made easy if valuation of IPR is acceptable to the concerned parties. It is also essential for complying with regulations regarding accounting practices. And this is, I think, very important for Indian companies which are now expanding to very many jurisdictions outside India. Global trade takes place at a rapid pace these days, and therefore it is essential that the standard templates and a multilateral framework may be evolved for valuation of IPR to facilitate business and create new business partnership. I'm not sure whether such common templates may be developed, but still I think it will be a good thing. At least we move in that direction, so it becomes important for the developing countries and also after some time for the LDCs also. It may be worth a while to consider building databases on different methods of valuation, which can help academic and research institutions, industries and governments in negotiating licensing and technology transfer agreement. The increasing contribution of intangible, as I mentioned, in the balance sheet of a company indicates that IPR valuation will go a long way in maximizing the return to a company and availability of funds. Based on these estimates, the financial institutions may come forward and start funding the intellectual property rights also. With this small remark for the introduction for this session, I will now move to the panelists for their views, to share their experiences, and what is happening today around the world, especially everybody has been talking about post-effect of pandemics, whether it has made any difference or not. So let me first go to Mr. Martin Brassel for sharing his viewpoints in the session. Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaha, and good afternoon, everybody. I will just share my screen. So you just mentioned the importance of the connection between intellectual property valuation and both accounting and fundraising. And particularly, I want to share a few of the things that are developing increasingly internationally around that connection between intellectual property rights and money. This is one, of course, of a number of different commercial contexts for intellectual property valuation. Statistically, as you say, the most common context for doing it is following merger and acquisition activity, because it is necessary to go through a purchase price allocation exercise in order to work out how much value has actually been given for identifiable intangible assets. And that very much includes intellectual property rights. And the accounting research which has been published over the years suggests that these identifiable intangibles do account for a fairly substantial amount of the total price paid when they are properly examined. Curiously as well, because the rules that apply after an acquisition are different from the rules internationally that generally apply to companies while they're trading, you end up finding a lot more value on the acquirer's balance sheet that was ever on the acquired firm's one. But important as this activity is, I think it's very much the tip of the iceberg. In the guide published just a couple of weeks ago from WIPO, talking about encouragement of intangibles finance, they quoted Brand Finance talking about just how big the global value of intangibles now is, and $74 trillion is undoubtedly a lot of money. Whether that's an accurate figure or not, I can't really comment, but I think what's very interesting is that the trajectory of it. It's the increase tenfold over the last 25 years or so, looking at it on the same kind of basis. So undoubtedly, the importance is increasing. Now, our main area of activity is helping firms to work out what their IP value is so that they can leverage it, but without having to sell it or without selling their company, although we do a fair bit of work associated with M&A as well. And here, I suppose, one of the most relevant statistics, which we track regularly, is what the World Bank is telling us is happening with the global trade in IP licensing. This is a difficult thing to track, and it's very hard to know that you are measuring all of it. But again, the trajectory is the most interesting bit. It is increasing exponentially, and the last figures in 2021 suggest that the value of this trade is now up to $440 billion US. Now, our particular specialism is in thinking about how you unlock the potential of intellectual property to help companies to raise finance. And we're currently in that regard working with 3 different UK banks and a variety of other lenders. In fact, I've just returned from the Caribbean, where the Jamaican Intellectual Property Office and the Jamaican government is working to introduce IP-backed finance to small businesses there. And I suppose to pick up on your topic, undoubtedly, this is an area that requires greater standardization, but I think it's interesting to observe that it's not a case of one type of IP valuation fits all purposes. And I'll develop that thought just over the next couple of slides. I think the first thing to understand is, why is it that intellectual property rights are increasingly appealing to banks? Now, the most obvious reason is that businesses increasingly, other than in manufacturing intensive sectors, are running out of tangible assets which are normally used as collateral. They simply don't need them anymore in order to operate. The attraction of intellectual property, particularly as security, which is something I've studied extensively for the OECD, is the way that it is linked to competitive advantage and cash flows and scalability. So what the IP is doing is creating barriers to entry. It's providing the firm with freedom to be able to trade. It's encouraging and supporting customer loyalty. And it's also therefore enabling the business to scale. And it's this scale-up space where intellectual property finance is particularly important, I think. It's actually quite hard to put IP-backed finance into a complete startup because the IP itself is not mature and doesn't have traction. So it's at this next scale-up stage where it becomes really important to use the IP, because these intangibles don't wear out with use. In fact, the more they're used, the more valuable they generally become, which is not to say that they don't need maintaining, of course. But the other thing I think is really important to understand about the financing situation is that intangible assets are generally going to be the main focus for company investment. So what you have an opportunity to do is to align the security for the finance with the purposes for which the finance is actually going to be used. And that seems like quite a healthy dynamic to me. I think the evidence for that comes from various parts of the world, but I particularly notice the European Investment Bank's research, where they concluded that 75% of all of the expenditure that a scale-up makes goes on intangibles, described as R&D activity, software, buying in or developing data, improving processes, and training their staff. Perhaps the most compelling thing of all, though, is that this is a core asset that it's quite clear a business really cares about. So if you're looking for security over a set of assets that is going to influence repayment behavior, which is always something that a lender cares about a great deal, then you can't actually get much better than the IP rights, because the management and the investors in the business, if there are any, are really well motivated to maintain it and make sure that they keep control of it. And here I'll just share on the right-hand side of this slide some interesting research done by our Intellectual Property Office and the British Business Bank, which guarantees loans for businesses that lack collateral. This particular scheme has changed a bit since the pandemic, another point you raised, Mr. Saha, which we might come back to. But in the period immediately before that and following the global financial crisis, a sample of around 20,000 loans was examined. And what we discovered by looking at this piece of research is that if there's any intellectual property rights present, the propensity of a loan to default, the likelihood that it would go wrong in some way, was reduced by 40%. And the overall total losses associated with the loan in the blue bars reduces by 50%. So it halves if there's any IP rights present, and the effect of patents is even stronger than intellectual property rights generally. Now, I think this is interesting. I am not going to suggest to you all that this is a direct correlation between simply owning IP rights and better firm performance. I think you could argue that a better run business probably will have its IP rights in better order. But this seems to me to be the effect of shareholders and investors and founders of businesses really caring about not losing the assets. So just to be clear on where I think the opportunity really is, as I just mentioned, it's not here. It's not in the very early stages, because it's not generally advisable to saddle a company that's trying to get off the ground with a large amount of debt. And I think while a business is making accumulating losses, this really is the domain of equity investors and grant funders, especially because if we're trying to use IP finance in this concept of security and collateral, the assets generally aren't mature enough and don't have enough traction. That does not mean, of course, that these firms who have interesting IP have access to something perhaps that they've gained through collaboration, through the knowledge base and so forth, don't need funding. They absolutely do. It's just probably not appropriate to try to move a commercial bank's appetite that far forward in the food chain. The problem is that the commercial bank's appetite, if nothing is done, tends to be a lot later in the day. A lot later, once the business is mature, once it's profitable, once its retained losses have gone and its balance sheet is looking in a good state. But actually, it's possible to lend earlier. And what we're seeking to do is to move the dial a little so that we can create greater confidence in the quality of the IP assets and lend during this crucial scale-up period so that the business's trajectory does not go somewhere else instead. This kind of period in a company's development is often called, rather unappetizingly, the valley of death. And what we want is less of these scalable businesses to perish. Clearly also, though, we need to put something in place in order to make sure that the lender's risk is manageable. And this is where both guarantee schemes that are run by states, which has been the main way forward in the past, and increasingly private sector insurance, which is gaining traction very rapidly in the US and is subject to lots of interesting commercial and transaction activity at the moment, seems to be a really encouraging way forward. But we're talking about valuation, so I just want to finish with two slides, talking a little bit more about how valuation circumstances and requirements vary depending on the type of intellectual property finance. This is absolutely not an argument against standardization. It's just making the point that it needs to be a flexible set of standards that can accommodate the type of finance that's actually being contemplated. So I see this as a cascade or a waterfall of different possibilities, and all of these now exist in the market to varying degrees. I'll start at the top of the waterfall. There has long been, let us say, maybe not always, an opportunity to fund intellectual property that is already independently revenue generative, by which I mean it's finished works. It's things like standards essential patents, which obviously attract significant licensing revenues. It's established creative works, publications, books, plays, music, and so forth. Now, it doesn't matter if the business or the author who created these things continues to operate or is even alive or dead. Provided that somebody continues to own and be able to manage these assets, they can be independently revenue generative. And they can be securitized if there is enough of a bundle of them, not necessarily by turning them into something as complex as a financial bond, but certainly by bundling them together and using them as security for finance. The area where there's most international activity at the moment, which we're supporting strongly, is this next question, which is, if the business went wrong, would there be recoverable IP value? Now, this and the next diamond are really where the main focus of activity is, because it's actually comparatively rare to find IP assets that are totally independently revenue generative of a particular business. The recoverable IP value is a really important thing, because what we're trying to do there is we're trying to free up this collateral value that's present in certain types of IP, but not all types of IP can pass this test. You can have very strong intellectual property rights that support something like a business model, but if a business model fails, it's much harder to be able to interest buyers in that than it is to look towards being able to incorporate a technology, take over a customer base and so forth, which would exist in other contexts. The area where there's probably been the most activity of all is in the next diamond, the central one. So we're not saying here that we are absolutely confident as to whether there is an identifiable disposal value that could be placed against the IP. But we are saying that we know it's central to the company's activities, and therefore it's the last thing that the firm will willingly default on. A couple of techniques are being used internationally in order to back this. The first one is to consider the loan as if it were unsecured, but take additional comfort in the intellectual property assets and use that as a means to be able to lend earlier or lend more, or sometimes both. The other interesting trend is that sometimes, this is most prevalent, I believe, in the UK and in Korea, it's possible to buy the assets from the business and to license them back to the company. So again, the main thing that this is built on is the understanding that the IP really is central to the business's activities and is therefore a powerful behavioral influencer. The last of the debt diamonds is venture debt. And this is where a technology business may still be gathering traction in the marketplace, but has already attracted very significant and strong equity backing, for example, from private equity companies or venture capital companies. And there has been a long-established trade, most particularly in the US, but also to some extent in Europe and certain parts of Asia, where it is possible to put debt in alongside that existing equity. And the purpose of this is to help a company to get to its next milestone and be able to raise money at a much higher valuation, or sometimes to enable it to get to a publicly traded market. If none of those four apply, then it seems to me you are in the domain of equity funding, because what you're saying is it's an IP-rich business proposition, undoubtedly, but the IP is not independently revenue generative. We're not certain about the collateral value. It's not quite central to the business activities yet, and it hasn't already gone out and raised a lot of equity, so it probably needs some first. So just to conclude, what does this mean in terms of the different valuation requirements? Well, interestingly, Whilst it's possible to have a standardized approach that covers all of these angles, there will be different points of emphasis, I think, in the way that a lender looks at it, and therefore, importantly, what a company needs to think about when it is getting itself ready for this. And I'm delighted to say that we're going to be working with the World Intellectual Property Organization over the next few months on producing new and additional materials to help companies understand what really it is that lenders in particular are looking for as this new and emerging market starts to take shape. So if the IP is already revenue generative, you don't really have that difficult problem of having to separate out the value of the intellectual property assets from the rest of the business. This is primarily a discounted cash flow exercise. And your main consideration is going to be how certain you are that the revenue is going to continue along the same kind of basis as historically. The next possibility, in terms of collateral value, you really have to focus on what might it be possible to sell this intellectual property for in an orderly disposal scenario. In other words, when you detect that the business is getting into difficulties, but it's still trading, it's still working. The third one actually sort of goes into two different points of emphasis, really. So where you are looking at an enhanced cash flow loan, you're primarily thinking about the present value of the future IP-related cash flows. The same is true of venture debt. But interestingly, at least in the UK, where we're looking at sale and license back, is much more of an asset finance mindset. And what that means is you're thinking about the invested value of the IP. How much has the company spent? How much skin in the game does it have? What is the present value of all of that investment that's been made? It's not that you don't care about what it's going to develop in the future, because future cash flows are what will enable the debt to be repaid. But in terms of finding a number to use as an actual basis for doing a loan, cost becomes much more important in that context. And finally, on the equity side, we're thinking really about the market potential of the IP. What could this be worth in the future? That is the main focus for most equity investors in our experience of doing these things, because they already know that there's a high level of uncertainty as to whether the value will be achieved. They're not necessarily looking for a picture in terms of saying what the net present value is in quite the same way. They know there is risk, but they want to understand that there is a serious possibility of a return and an upside. So that's probably quite enough from me, Mr. Saha. I'll stop there and look forward to hearing the rest of the speakers' thoughts on this important topic.
Thank you, Martin, for very deep knowledge presentation. I think a lot of things we have to look at. In India, as you know, the situation is that we are still at very, very early stage of IP funding. But yeah, they're very, very useful tips. I will come back to you. Now we move to Mr. Kawarai of the JPO to share his viewpoint on the valuation part and how is it generally done in Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Zaha, and thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Hidenori Kawarai, and I am working at the Japan Patent Office, JPO, and I am very delighted to be here to talk about initiatives by the JPO. Today, I would like to talk about JPO's initiative about IP financing with a focus on IP business valuation report. First, I would like to talk about the background to the JPO's initiatives in IP financing. Japan's approach that I will explain here is not a mechanism to provide financing using IPRs themselves as collateral. The reason for this is that IPRs are difficult to be used as collateral for the following grants. For example, the same right has a different value depending on the holder. And while business generates cash flow for a company, IPRs themselves do not generate cash flow. In Japan, the environment for the distribution of IPRs is not sufficiently developed. Therefore, in Japan, there has been a shift from measuring the value of IPRs themselves to measuring the value of IPRs as a set with the business. There are two major pillars in this chart. The first is to make the disclosure of a company's IP investment strategy. That is mandatory in the corporate governance code, so that not only the company, but also investors can evaluate the strategy, thereby ensuring that the value of IP is properly measured. The second is to consider introducing a system that allows the entire business, including the IP, to be collateralized. JPO's initiatives are responsible for the business feasibility assessment portion of this process. From here, I would like to introduce the initiatives of the JPO. As explained in the previous slide, JPO's IP financing business does not directly promote financing based on the valuation of IP itself. Many financial institutions in Japan are engaged in business feasibility assessment. Its purpose is not limited to financing, but also includes aspects of business and management support for companies. It is similar to so-called relationship banking. JPO's IP financing is a way for financial institutions to assess the business feasibility of their client companies by also assessing them from the perspective of IP, so that they can understand the actual state of their client company's business. We believe that incorporating an evaluation from the perspective of IP will enable an appropriate understanding of a company's business value, and at the same time, promote the utilization of IP. If the value of a company's business is properly assessed and room for growth is anticipated, for example, in new business or new markets, then financing will ultimately be necessary to realize this potential. Then I would like to explain about how an IP business valuation report provided by the JPO and how the IP business valuation report is positioned and what role it plays in business feasibility assessment conducted by financial institutions. JPO does not intend to cover all aspects of the business feasibility assessment through this IP business valuation report because it would cost a lot. When a financial institution understands the business of a client company, it generally uses an internal corporate evaluation method, such as looking at financial statements. However, such evaluation methods used by financial institutions have difficulty in revealing a company's IP activities, such as technology and know-how. Therefore, it is expected that the IP business valuation report provided by the JPO will be used in combination with existing valuation methods to provide more detailed understanding of corporate activities in a way that compensates for the weak points of both types of evaluation. For example, if it is a patent, it is possible to evaluate the business feasibility from a technical perspective. In this way, financial institutions can be supported in their business feasibility assessment from the IP perspective. Now, I would like to introduce how the IP business valuation report is actually utilized using two model cases. There was a small and medium-sized enterprise that was considering starting a new business using its technological capabilities, and it was a client for a financial institution. The financial institution knew that the company was considering a new business, but the financial institution did not fully understand the relationship between the strengths of the company's technology and its business. Therefore, the financial institution asked the JPO to prepare an IP business valuation report. The financial institution could understand the relevance of their strengths and business from the IP business valuation report. In addition, through interviews with the companies by the experts, it became clear that although the basic technology was being established, there is still no prospect of commercialization. Therefore, the financial institution proposed to the company to proceed with joint development through industry academia collaboration with a research institution, with which the company has already been collaborating. As a result of the joint development, the company could complete the new product and successfully launch the new business. During this period, financial institutions also provided financing for joint development. In summary, in this case, the IP valuation report played a key role in promoting financial institutions' understanding of the company's business, which in turn led to proposals for industry academia collaboration and further support through financing. Then I would like to introduce the second case. There was an auto parts manufacturing company. A financial institution, a bank, has established a good relationship with the auto parts manufacturing company, and therefore wants to provide support to company. However, the technology was highly specialized and difficult for the bank staff to understand. Therefore, the bank asked the JPO to prepare an IP business valuation report. The bank could review and identify the invisible strengths of the company and consider measures to leverage these strengths. Through company interviews, the bank found that the technology is an outstanding one with no similarity to any other, and that alliances are effective for commercialization. In addition, the company has built credibility and brand recognition in the industry to a certain degree due to its technological excellence. Since this is the primary competitive advantage, the bank also found that the brand strategy to maintain and enhance the competitive advantage is a challenge. The bank and the company will continue to work with experts to support alliances and branding strategies to commercialize the patented technology. Through the preparation of the IP valuation report, they could foster an understanding of the technology, company vision, and challenges. This will enable them to identify the support needed when providing placement and corporate matching assistance in the future. In summary, in this case, the IP business valuation report played a key role in promoting the financial institutions' understanding of the company's business, which in turn led to proposals for alliances and branding strategies to commercialize the technology. Today, I introduced JPO's IP financing business with a focus on JPO's IP business valuation report. That's all I would like to share with you today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kawarai, for sharing the Japanese experience with us. It's quite unique in the sense JPO is assisting the companies in having a little distance covered through the IP valuation, which is very interesting. Now we move on to Mr. Aviral Jain, who is the Managing Director of Duff & Phelps, to share with us his views and what is the experience dealing with the Indian companies.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Saad. Thanks to CII for the invite and a very warm welcome to all the participants. I think my job has been done easier because both my fellow panelists have dealt with two important areas. One is around the IP financing and the aspects around various forms of financing and also valuation covered by Martin. And of course, there was also the second panelist covering the Japan angle. I'll try, while I've prepared a deck, it may cover some overlaps. I'll try and cover more on the case studies and also on the Indian experience as requested by Mr. Saha. So I'll just share the screen. Okay, so of course, I think the topic for today is the evaluation of IPR, key to business partnership and technology transfer. And before I start, I have a short preamble that all the case studies in this presentation are purposes of the illustration and sourced from the public domain, and all the trademarks, trade names, logos are their properties, and definitely just for the purposes of knowledge sharing here today. In terms of agenda, I had three major points to cover. One is, of course, the IP as a business asset, which my fellow panelist Martin has covered in detail. So, the recent financing trends. And finally, the most critical part, the valuation aspects and the nitty-gritties around it will be covered in the third part. Now, IP has definitely gained as a business asset over time. First and foremost, it drives innovation in the business. It creates a long-term sustainable advantage. Certain IP-driven models like franchising and outsourcing have facilitated business growth. And finally, today, if we see, IP is used significantly as a core asset to raise funds. Now, whether you raise it from private equity or venture capital sort of investors, or you raise it for the banks, it's becoming a big tool. And why is it happening that way? Because if you notice, the portion of intangible assets have been changing in the last several years and decades. So if you notice in the graph below, in 1975, less than 20% of the company's balance sheet would get composed of intangible assets. And if you look at the rightmost sort of a bar, that ratio is just reverse. Today, more than 90% of the value is driven from intangible assets. Now, these portions of intangible and tangible assets are coming from S&P 500 companies. I think my fellow panelist, Martin, also pointed about purchase price allocations and the typical allocations to intangible assets. In my experience, I think I might have been involved with more than 100 purchase price allocations in the last 15 years. Clearly, if you look at the technology industries, I think you're looking at almost 60 to 70% or even 80% in some cases. That is the kind of allocations we see, to intangible assets and goodwill. And if you look at the manufacturing side or the hard asset sides, even there we have allocations as much as 40, 50%, to the intangibles and IP. So clearly the IP has done fantastically well, in terms of the assets, economic assets driving the business. The other part of the story is today, IP is also driving acquisitions, driving M&A strategies of the businesses. For example, United Technology merged with Raytheon. Both were two premier, companies in the aerospace and technology space, and the combined entity created 38,000 active patents with a $74 billion revenue. So clearly, at least in this particular case study, we can see the merger took place because both the companies had a patent portfolio. They wanted to bring it together, synergize, and create a leadership, in the business. Another story, which is more the Indian story, which we can refer to, is Dr. Reddy's. It's one of the first and the foremost pharmaceutical companies in India and one of the market leaders. While it started off as a bulk active manufacturer, in the segment of API, because of its continued focus on innovation and on R&D, the percentage of revenues, if you see in the bottom table, has consistently changed. So majority of the revenues today of Dr. Reddy's is actually driven by some of the generics and the proprietary drugs it has created, and also it became the first Indian pharmaceutical company to launch an NC in India. So on more than 85% of revenues are non-API revenues today. That's a big sort of a success story coming from India. Another sort of a case study which I have, which I'm sure this logo is very familiar, on the left is Domino's. The whole story of Domino's success today, globally as well as in India, is actually driven by its patents and trademarks. So Domino's is one company which focuses a lot on R&D. Almost half of their employees, 400 of their employees, are actually focused on innovations and pizzas. They filed 23 patents, 16 are active. Some of the patents are like cheese distributor, the food delivery hot bag with electric hot plate, dough preparation apparatus, etc., etc. Which very small niches which makes the pizza tasty, right? And apart from that, every product item has a trademark which they've registered. So in fact, in India, there was a campaign, and I'm sure if you see that ad, it says "Khushiyon ki home delivery." That itself is also a trademark for them. And what they've done is some of these products are also trademarked. So it creates an entry barrier, for the competitors. And over and above, what it's done is it's come up with a franchising model. They get 5.5% of sales on a weekly basis from their franchises and doing fantastic. So this covers a bit of examples how IP is driving business today. In terms of financing, since it's been covered already by Martin, I really don't want to jump into too many details because it's more like an overlap. But largely speaking, financing is in different forms and shape. It's either it could be a direct collateral, like when an IP becomes a central asset to the loan agreement, or it could be securitization, where you can create a portfolio of IPs which are cash flow generating, and you issue securities based on that. The third sort of financing could be sale and lease back, where IP is actually sold to the financer and then leased back by the business because it's one of the central assets to the business. And finally, when we talk about more startups and early stage companies, we are looking at venture debt. I think very well covered in the earlier stage as well. And if at all, the business is not yet ready for debt, of course, with the higher risk appetite, the private equity and other venture capital funds jump in. Some of the very successful examples, in fact, I have a couple of case studies here, which are more global case studies, because in India, the market is still developing. We have had couple of case studies where trademarks were used as a collateral, but frankly, it did not do well. In fact, the company went bankrupt, and the banks are still running after the promoter, to get hold of their money back, because the trademark was at a point of time when loans were given valued at $1 billion, but when they tried selling it, they could not even get few $1 million out of it, right? So India has gone through its own times, gone through its own struggles, and the market is still evolving. So what I've done is, for IP financing, I picked up a couple of global case studies here. The first one is MBT, Masai, barefoot technology company. Now, this company used to manufacture athletic, casual, and professional shoes, and they were very popular. They were doing very well because of its special barefoot technology, which created certain, certain sort of instability underfoot, that it provided support to the muscle system. Now, the popularity led to the counterfeiting, which came from China and Indonesia, and the company had to file for bankruptcy. Under the new chairman, however, what the chairman did, it actually took this technology, took the patent, used it to secure a loan, and then finally rebuild the company. And today the company is doing very well. In terms of securitization, this is an old case study where a portfolio of songs of David Bowie, one of the famous English musicians and songwriter, were created into a portfolio, and the royalties from these income stream comprising of these royalties from these songs, etc., were used to make payments to the securitized bond issue of $55 million at that time. And it was so famous that it actually started being called as celebrity bonds. However, as I was saying, when we come to India, and also these principles are, there globally, there's always a challenge in debt financing, because the critical issue is, tomorrow if the company defaults, how do lenders realize the value of the collateral? When IP is given as a collateral or is securitized, or IP is the main driver of the business. So the few things which we've seen in our experience in India is that the first thing the lenders do is they try and build a safety cushion. They try and see what is the ratio of intangible assets value to the loan. Now, let's say if you're going for a loan for a fixed asset, let's say it's 100 unit, 100 rupee sort of an asset, and you're looking for a loan, maybe lenders will be willing to give you a loan of 70%, 80%, right? 60 to 80% is a typical range. Some aggressive lending can make it even 90%. But when it comes to IPs and intangibles, the safety cushion changes dramatically, because there the loan to value ratio, where where it could go as high as 1:1 in case of tangible assets, it becomes 1:2, 1:3 in case of intangible assets. So for on the same asset value of 100, maybe the lenders will be comfortable at 20, 30, 40 rupees, not 100 rupees, for example. The other challenge is that India is a market where you see a lot of pirated and fake products. And when you have these sort of products in market, tomorrow, if like we saw the global case study of MBT, tomorrow if such counterfeiting products come in, the market for your own product, which may be ITP driven, considerably drops. Either the pricing drops or the volume drops, or both of them, which means that the income stream completely changes. And that is the volatility in these earnings. Really, especially a lender do not like volatility. And that is where, the legal judiciary comes in, which is where I think India still needs to develop. I think any litigation, any case which goes in Indian courts can take years and years, to come out. So that is where we need to build a more robust sort of a system, so that tomorrow, if there are such issues, it can be resolved quickly. So these are the few niches around the debt financing which we have seen in India. Moving on, I think the final aspect is the valuation aspects. Now, whether you do it a direct collateral, whether you securitize it or do your sale and leaseback, valuation is the key of IP. Because tomorrow, if anything goes wrong, it is the value of the IP on the basis of which the initial financing was done becomes important. Now, in that respect, I think, my fellow panelists from Japan also highlighted that valuation is not just valuation in case of IP. You really need to step into the business. I think he did refer to a business assessment report, which is being done in Japan as a best practice. And I think we really need to see what all does it contains and who does that analysis, because it's as good as I would say, a diligence report, more from a technology perspective and a business perspective. So a commercial diligence report, for example, becomes very important when we carry out IP valuation. Now, what I've done is over the next 2 slides, I've actually presented a real case study which we did for one of the largest banks in India. This bank was giving a debt facility against a portfolio of OTC brands, which were there in the pharmaceutical and medical and botanical products in India and internationally. And they were renewing that loan facility. So they wanted to understand what is this value of the collateralized brands portfolio, and whether they need to seek additional sort of collaterals or security in case they felt a shortfall. So in this analysis, while the engagement was valuation, but the step one we do as a best practice is to do a primary research and do a profiling of the competition and the industry. Now, in this particular case, what we did was we went into the primary markets for the products, which was in Western India. We conducted a primary research with the sample set of pharmacies to figure out what is the product availability, what is the demand, what is the competition. And we also did a customer survey to figure out whether those products are preferable over competitor products. Now, all these are more market research sort of inputs, but become very important to support your valuation case, to support your assumptions, your projections, which will come in. The second part of the analysis included the historical analysis, which means that you look at what are the trends of the various brand performances. You know, there are multiple OTC products. Now, one is you can look at the overall portfolio level, but the other approach is to look at actually the product level. And the reason why it's important is every product may have a different life cycle. Some products will be at the stage where it's just got launched and, you know, it's its efficacy is better or its health impact is better than the competition. And the curve is upward sloping. However, there could be some products in the portfolio which might be at the maturity or at the end, at a downfall stage. So it's very important to understand what is the trajectory which the product is following. Because all this research, market research and product profiling then helps us provide relevant inputs for various approaches which one may apply on the valuation side. Now, in this particular case, we applied a combination of approaches. We applied our income approach, which is discounted cash flow analysis. You know, I'm sure everyone is aware of discounted cash flow analysis, where we project the cash flows, we try and present value it and come down to a number in a very layman's word. In this particular case study, what we additionally did was we went and did about a lifing analysis for various products. As I was explaining, different products based on their R&D strengths, brand strength, marketing strength, distribution strength may follow a different lifing curve. So we did that analysis and we adopted a variation of DCF called relief from royalty approach, where it assumes that the value of the brands will be driven by the royalties it may be able to attract in case it's not owned by the business. And we looked at market transactions, other royalty rate transactions, to get a range of royalty rates, and based on the individual strengths applied those royalty rates. The second approach which we applied in this was the market approach, where we looked at the transaction multiples. These transaction multiples were based on the implied revenue multiples of similar transactions involving a product portfolios in the OTC space and consumer healthcare space. And we applied revenue multiples because that was an easier way to apply, given the fact that none of the companies will report product-wise EBITDA or profits or cash flows. And even in market approach, we built it up sum of parts. So we looked at each product individually, and based on its relative strength, we applied those multiples. Finally, what we did was we carried out a calibration and triangulation. Now, in terms of triangulation, we looked at the third, a larger approach, which is enterprise value allocation, where in the past we have seen certain industry benchmarks, certain percentages of certain value of the intangible assets and the brands and the trademarks being assigned in the various transactions in the past. And we tried ascertaining if this were a business of OTC brands, what is the percentage of that value should be typically attributable, to the brand per se. So from that perspective, this became one of the reasonability tests for us. And finally, we triangulated all the three: the income approach, the market approach, and the enterprise value allocation to get to the value of the brand. Finally, on my last slide, I just wanted to highlight, since the IP has been growing in its role in today's environment, it's playing a core role. It's very important to understand what is the value of the IP, so that there could be effective realization and monetization for the same. With this, I'll hand it over back to Mr. Saha and open for questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Amiran. I would just like the participants to raise their hands if they have any questions. So I don't see any hands and I don't see any questions also in the chat box. But I have a small question for Martin. Martin, if you go back 40 years or 50 years back in the history, how did the British companies approached banks for seeking, let's say, loans against IP or use them as collateral? Would you like to share some thoughts on that?
Well, it's a very short answer. They didn't. I think if you go back within that kind of time frame, the economy looked very different. And I think this is the key point that we all need to bear in mind. You didn't have anything like the same level of service industry business, and you still had, in the UK in particular, a much more active manufacturing sector. Now that manufacturing has moved to other parts of the world substantially, the part of the manufacturing industry that we have left, I would say, is chiefly, or the part of it that's financeable in this way is chiefly quite advanced manufacturing. There you tend to find that what's really giving the company the competitive advantage, provided, of course, always that it's sort of defensible. And this is a very important point that Avron made. In the UK, we're quite fortunate in order to have, for both smaller and larger companies, good legal routes for recourse that are available to us. And so there will be something in those patentable that you will be able to focus on and explain. But yeah, no, I think it's just the fundamental shift in the economy, which is also apparent in those figures from Ocean Tomo. Whilst obviously IP finance is not that new as an overall concept. I mean, we can go back 100 years or more and think about Thomas Edison managing to leverage his light bulb patents. Actually, this has really only come to the fore since the turn of the century, I would say.
The next question would be that a lot of Indian companies, as we see their data, they're increasing their presence in the foreign jurisdictions. Okay, many of them, some of them who have got awards also. So, can this particular feature of a company, which has got a lot of foreign presence, they file patent applications, they maintain them, can this be a point to convince the banks about the value of the IP?
I'd like to say yes. I think the challenge really is twofold. The more that you're dealing in international markets, the less familiar a local national bank is likely to be with the legal structures that apply in terms of how they can actually realize any security that they take. And the effectiveness of the financial security regime does vary quite a bit internationally. Even within Europe, it varies massively in terms of how easy it is to get and to enforce an effective security interest. So the main areas of concern that we see are related more to that. The enforceability of the IP is key, but frankly, if you're not going to be able to exercise a security interest in the event that a business gets into difficulty in another important market, then that's probably the bigger concern. The way it's normally handled is to focus specifically on the markets that are of greatest financial value and investigate those ones in more depth, to really probe whether the IP protection exists and whether it's enforceable in those markets.
Aviral, you have some thoughts on that?
Sorry, Mr. Saha, can you repeat the question on
the same question? Do you have any thought on that?
On the securitization, please?
No, the presence of, let's say, Indian companies in foreign countries, can this be an additional point for securing loans from banks?
Yeah, so I think in our experience, we've worked with some of the Indian companies who are trying to take some foreign facilities. Now, the biggest issue which we have seen, practically speaking, sometimes if the management and the company is sitting in India, and the key primary market is also India, because of the IP they have created, while they want to launch it globally, but the first and the primary market is India. I think the biggest concern some of the foreign banks have, that all the earnings will be in the local currency, the risks will also be of the local currency. How do they get comfortable, in controlling that asset sitting from outside India? Now, India is a market, Mr. Saha, where it's very tightly governed, because of the FEMA regulations, by RBI, or certain taxation issues, which international taxation issues Indian have seen, and the judiciary, which is typically much slower than some of the foreign jurisdictions. So unless and until you have the intellectual property assets sitting outside India, it's very difficult for Indian companies to really target that market. Now, we have also seen where Indian companies have actually restructured their operations and shifted the IP from India to Singapore or to Netherlands, because these are the two tax friendly sort of jurisdictions for Indian companies. Now, in that sense, some of them have been successful in raising funds, but again, the banks get more comfortable if the earnings are more global in nature rather than local in nature. I think that's the key test which we have seen.
Okay. Mr. Kavarai, will you have some thoughts on that? About any Japanese company, suppose it has got a large number of patent holding in foreign countries. Does it go to its advantage when you prepare the business assessment reports?
Oh, yes. But I think this JPO's IP valuation report is for small companies, and Japan's banks need to support more small companies, and not we think that this IP valuation report is not for big company, and small companies needs this IP valuation report. So, but we believe that many more small companies needs this JPO's IP valuation report, and more Japanese banks support their company's management and ultimately financing.
Thank you. So we come to the end of this particular session. So let me have the pleasure of closing it, and also to thank all the panelists for their valuable contribution in the session, because this is an issue which we at CII are looking at very, very carefully and trying to find out what is the way forward for us. So I think these inputs are going to help us a lot. So I'd like to thank everybody and close this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Avril. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, our next session is on 2:30. So next is on the workshop, sir. So
I'm not there. No?
yes, you are not there. Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you. Bye.
It's live. Yes.
Yes, yes, thank you.
APIs and finished drugs, exporting APIs at scale, initiating novel drug discovery in the 1990s, introducing several molecules in India for the first time, being the first in India to receive 180-day exclusivity from the US FDA, and the first to market several high-value complex generics have helped us meet unmet medical needs of patients. We led the industry in taking bold steps and breaking new frontiers in our core areas of expertise. Now, with our dedicated innovation unit leading the way, we are embarking on our next leg of growth with a focus on new segments. Our journey has been marked by the trust our patients, partners, and stakeholders place in us. We are inspired by our strong sense of purpose. Committed to giving back to the communities that help us thrive. We actively work towards raising awareness about good health. We are passionate about reducing our impact on the environment and conserving and strategy. In 2004, we released our first sustainability report and were among the earliest companies in India to initiate voluntary disclosures on social and environmental aspects. In 2020, we became the first pharma company in India and the third in Asia to join the Science Based Targets initiative to set science targets for ourselves. We have been featured as a member of the S&P Sustainability Yearbook for 2 years in a row, featured in the Emerging Markets category in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years in a row, and many more. Our principle of dynamism drives us to create value for our shareholders. Our principle of empathy guides our strong leadership team and progressive people practices. We invest in talented, capable people and help them grow into the professionals they are meant to be. Our proactive policies on diversity and inclusion have made us the only Indian pharma company to be featured on the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index 5 times in a row. All these aspects make us the partner of choice for leading organizations globally, and our efforts have been recognized by several prestigious organizations. As the healthcare industry moves into the future, we look forward to serving our patients and partners better and reinforcing our place as a global pharmaceutical company by leveraging technology and innovation. Moving forward, we will continue to strengthen our core and build the future. Because good health can't wait.
Tata Motors vehicles start with the press of a button. But starting Tata Motors wasn't as easy. Let's travel back in time to find out how it all began. World War II had just ended, and India was marching towards independence. This newly independent country would need a stronghold in the engineering sector to flourish. We filled this gap by establishing the Tata Locomotive and Engineering Company in an old workshop in Jamshedpur. We started with steam road rollers, boilers for wagons and locomotives. Since this was a first for India, expertise was required. So we onboarded the best at the time and aimed for international standards. In fact, every week, the parts rejected by the technicians were displayed and a post-mortem was held, a tedious but effective exercise. Soon, Daimler-Benz, the makers of Mercedes, who had never expanded beyond Germany, reached out to the Tatas. This collaboration led to the creation of the first made-in-India truck. We made history together when 3 of our trucks drove 8,000 miles from Geneva to Bombay without a single breakdown, proving their durability to the world. Our focus began to expand. With that came a new name and an endeavor to carve out space in the global automotive market. As our trucks crossed borders, we traveled from Jamshedpur to Pune to build more vehicles, each better than before. We set up the Engineering and Research Center to change the course of Indian mobility. It gave us the confidence to strike out on our own. The Mercedes three-pointed star gave way to the T for Tata. We expanded to medium, heavy and light commercial vehicles and excavators, and began building indigenous passenger vehicles. This was followed by many firsts. Tata Sierra, the first Indian PV, Tata Sumo, the first Indian MUV, Tata Indica, India's first fully indigenous car, Tata Safari, the first Indian SUV. We entered the new century with a new name and new aspirations. We created the small commercial vehicle segment, set a new milestone by acquiring Jaguar Land Rover, launched the Tata Nano, and introduced the T1 Prima Truck Racing Championship. Sounds thrilling? It was more than that. It was also safe. Something we've focused on for many, many years. To bring world-class car safety to Indian consumers. With that ethos, we built a vast range of CVs and PVs for India and used technology to make them smart. The next step, the Tata Universe. We are leading the e-mobility revolution in India with a range of EVs. But that's not all. We are also building the EV ecosystem. With us, Indian mobility is on the right path to the future.
Our planet faces challenges like never before. Soil health, water supply, food security, and of course, climate change. Agriculture, our deepest connection to the planet, must be part of the solution. Open Ag is an open network to reimagine sustainability for all. No limits, no borders. But sustainability means more than climate change. It means reducing agriculture's environmental impact, building the economic resilience of farmers, and ensuring food supply chains are secure. UPL is changing agriculture for the better.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jain. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, Navini. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So your talk will be after Miss Anja. So I was just checking that whether all the speakers are there or not. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. Hello, how are you?
Good, and you? Pleased to meet you.
Same here, same here. Thanks for joining. So we'll be starting within a minute. So your talk will be the first one.
I actually prepared around 40 minutes. I just saw on the program that you had allocated 50 minutes, but just also for the following speakers, then it might be a bit earlier.
No, not an issue because our next speaker is already with us. So once you complete, he can immediately take the session. Okay,
Yeah,
and
sure. No issues.
sure. I think, Mr. Jain. So you can just take over session after the Ms. Anja speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think now it is 2:30 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. So we are going to start the session. It is a workshop on green technologies, demand sharing of best practices and IPR to mitigate ill effects of climate change for pollution-free world. So basically, to promote the joint project between India and Japanese companies in the field of green technology, it is important to understand each other's technologies and each other's needs and needs. World Intellectual Property Organization has created a green database that makes this possible. With this objective, workshop is to make Indian companies aware on the existence of WIPO Green and encourage them to register the WIPO Green. With this objective, CII in collaboration with JETRO has initiated to start the awareness workshop on the green technologies and WIPO Green database. We have already initiated the first workshop 1 month before. This is the second series of the workshop. We're happy to inform that we got very good responses from the industries and other stakeholders to get know more about this. With this objective, today we are here and we would like to know the more details, more best practices from the different speaker. So without wasting any time, I would like to request our first speaker, Ms. Anja von der Roof, Senior Program Coordinator, Climate Change and Food Security, World Intellectual Property Organization, to take this session forward. Over to you, Ms. Anja.
Thank you so much, Vanita, and also thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I'll share my screen.
Sure.
And
you can make it full screen.
Yeah, is that good now?
Yeah, perfect.
Wonderful. So I'm really happy to be part of this workshop, and I'll walk you through sort of the reasons why we have started this program and also the different elements of the WIPO Green program, but also happy to answer any questions that you might have. This is a slide that stems from a report that the World Economic Forum does every year about the global risk landscape. And you can see in green the environmental risks, and they face figure high up on the both impact and likelihood axis on the upper right-hand side. You see there biodiversity loss, natural resource crisis, human environmental damage, and extreme weather events, but also climate action failure. In particular, the extreme weather events have been felt globally, and I just came back myself from Sharm el-Sheikh, which I think all the participants at the COP, UNFCCC COP, were under that impact of the different catastrophes that happened globally in Bangladesh, but also in Europe with the forest fires, and it's really something that we can't escape, and that people are getting increasingly nervous about, that we talked too much and we don't do enough. And that's just a reminder of the goals that we have set as a society to reach in 2030, and many of those are environmental related or climate change related. Many of those also have a technology component, and that brings me back to what we can do. Obviously, technology is not the only solution, but it's one piece of the puzzle. And as I said, many of those goals have a technology component in them. And again, Paris Agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was a lot of talk about whether it's actually still possible to reach the 1.5 or the target of keeping the 1.5 temperature or keeping the temperature rise below 1.5. And people think that it's still possible, but the longer we wait, the harder it will get. But I'm just mentioning this again because also the Paris Agreement has an article, Article 10, that mentions innovation as one of the important factors to reach that global goal. Where do we stand? This slide shows you in terms of innovation, that slide shows you the patent applications, all-time patent applications for green tech areas. And you can see in there that the areas that received most attention from innovators were energy generation and transmission with 35%. That's been followed by goods production and processing, then with 20%, transportation 15%, adaptation 11%, buildings 8%, and then waste treatment 7%. In this graph, you can see a bit the evolution, sort of the relative growth or decrease. What you can see here I hope you can see in gray, is that there's an increase for adaptation technologies. And that comes as no surprise, both because we started from a low level, but also in light of what I've said before about the impacts of climate change being increasingly felt. There was also increase in waste treatment, but a decline, for instance, for carbon capture and storage. I've been also discussing with some experts about the reasons for that. They've been thinking that that might be a symptom of the technology maturing in that space. That is a chart or a picture, a graph that comes from a report that has been done by the German Federal Ministry for the Environment on the outlook for green technology, sort of the expected growth. And you can see it's quite substantive. And again, I think that comes as no surprise in terms of the sort of increasing awareness that we have to transform the economy, our economies, and make them more sustainable. So we will also need technology that goes with it, and that's also a big driver and a big opportunity for companies who are active in these areas. And you can also see again the different parts of green tech. Speaking about driver, apart from demand, there's different factors that shape the innovation ecosystem. So both the innovation, but then also the rate at which those technologies are being transferred or diffused. And one of the main drivers here is environmental policies, be them national or international. And the economic research in that aspect has been in that regard has been quite clear that, for instance, legislation in the US that set higher standards for air pollution or water protection led to higher sort of investments or higher patenting numbers in those areas. But also sort of global policy frameworks like the Green Deals that we have in different countries have an impact on that sentiment and the environment. Also because it often goes with sort of not only standards and it could be standards, but it could also be market-based mechanisms such as taxes or subsidies, or the absence of subsidies for fossil fuels that would influence innovation in the area. As I said, it goes also hand in hand with probably support for research and development. So both for the public sector, but also maybe public support for private research and development. There, again, the studies have shown that government support also for commercialization of private research and or research results could support. Access to finance for SME plays a role, but then also trade and market aspects, maybe more also with regard to the diffusion aspect, because, well, it's not, some technologies might not be available in one country, or they might not fit exactly what is needed. So the extent to what you can trade and bring them to other countries would play a big role there. Then the effective protection and enforcement of IP rights is another piece in the puzzle, both for attracting potential investors, but also for structuring collaborations between partners. For instance, someone who developed a technology and then the collaborations for marketing or distribution, but also for joint development. Science research and development and adaptation capacity is another factor that plays a role both for innovation and the diffusion. And last but not least, collaboration between public and private sector, but also public, private. So any type of collaboration has an important impact for both innovation and diffusion. And that's where we come in. WIPO, as you know, is UN specialized agencies that's responsible for supporting innovation through a balanced intellectual property system. But we also have an obligation to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, and that's why we have created WIPO Green in order to enable a more efficient adaptation deployment of green technologies through collaboration between different partners, and in that way creating a more transparent marketplace and reduce transaction costs. We support innovation and innovators, also particularly in the developing world. This is how it developed. So it was launched almost 10 years ago in 2013. And since then, we have added different activities, different tools, which I'll describe in more detail, and have grown in terms of the numbers of users, the numbers of partners, and the numbers of entries that are contained in the database. So these are the main components. There's the database, the marketplace for sustainable technologies, where you can offer and also describe your demand or your needs for technologies. So actively seek suggested solutions. We have partner engagement with our partners, and we have a number of acceleration projects, which I'll also describe in more detail, but just to give you the high-level view. Last year, we have done a survey amongst our users and to see what they get out of it. And one of the main points they've mentioned is that it increased the knowledge about green technologies. And that also relates to one important point I'd like to mention, because we think that many, and I think the last IPCC report has highlighted that as well, that many technologies that we need for the green transition are already available. But the deployment and the diffusion of those technologies is not quick enough. And one reason for that is the lack of knowledge about the solutions and the lack of or the knowledge about sort of the benefits, the long-term benefits maybe, and where they are available. So we're happy that what we do in that regard has an impact. The second point mentioned is the promotion of technologies, that it provides visibility, but then also to get in contact with both industry stakeholders and government entities. So the database part looks a bit like that. There are 7 categories in which we have entries. There's energy, water, farming and forestry, pollution and waste, transportation, production, materials and processes, and building and construction. And it's a free resource, so you only need to register in order to upload. It's a major repository of green innovation. We have now almost 130,000 entries, which consists of technologies, the needs, and experts and knowledge materials. There are more than 2,500 users worldwide, and we have facilitated more than 1,000 connections so far. So building on the connection aspect, once you have registered on the database, you can contact owners for the user uploads. So either if you are someone who's looking for technologies, you can contact the providers, or if you find an interesting need that's described, you can contact them to offer a solution. A user dashboard shows also your uploads if you have done any. There you can also see the connection requests that you have received, and also the automatic matches with relevant needs and technologies, and also your bookmarks. That's again a picture of this user dashboard. I think it's really a benefit that I would like to highlight once more, and which we have implemented since last year, that this interactivity, in the sense that if you have uploaded a technology, you can see the corresponding needs, which automatically, before we had to do that in a manual way. Or if you have a need, you can see the corresponding technologies, but also if you have technology, you can see corresponding or similar technology, which is also interesting in terms of watching the competitive space, or also seeing potential partners, finding potential partners for collaboration. You can also obviously browse, search, and filter the results of your searches. I've shown the category pages. Some of them contain some introductions to the different technology fields. There's the possibility of doing simple and advanced searches. Also full text search, which is a new feature that is quite interesting, where you can put in documents or project documents, and then see what kind of related material this search, which is assisted by artificial intelligence, spits out, and then you can refine your results. You can also save certain searches and set up alerts, and there's also a pattern to solution function, which shows commercial applications for a certain patent, because not every patent is directly a solution yet, and you might want to find commercial applications in the markets. And then you have certain filter options, which you can also see on the slide. So you can search by technology readiness level. You can see where, if the users have provided that, where the technology has been developed in, also where it has been deployed in. You can see what type of collaborations the user is looking for, and the major environmental benefits. So simple keyword search, as I said, is possible, and then you can just enter your keyword and hit the search button, and then filter, as I said, use the different filters that are available to narrow down your search. And what it spits out here is the main features, so the title of the entry, and then the owner, when it was uploaded, the type, the readiness level, and where it has been developed in. So again, list of search results, an example here that you can see on hydrogen sulfate bioscrubber, for instance, with the technology readiness level 9 developed in Indonesia, for instance. That's the full example of the full text AI-assisted search that shows like a sample of a text that has been inserted, and then you can select different keywords that you want to use for your query to make sure that you get the results that are interesting for you. And that's how the pattern to solution looks like that I had mentioned before. If you find a certain pattern that you're interested in, you can hit that button and then again launch a search on the internet for potential commercial applications of a patent. So I want to switch gears, but if there are questions, please also feel free to put them in the chat. I guess that's how it works. Of something that we launched last week, which is really new. So one line of work that we do is to develop knowledge materials, which mostly consists in analyzing trends for different technology fields and also collecting technologies that could help being more environmentally friendly in certain fields. And what we have launched now is a new green technology book, which will be an annual publication. The first edition is focusing on climate change adaptation, because we think that's really a topic that will gain in, or is gaining in importance, but will continue doing so. And what the book does is that it provides tangible input into the discussion, but it's also meant to serve as a source of inspiration. And it contains both analysis of the trends, but then also a very practical catalog of solutions. And this one contains 200 solutions in the area of agriculture, coastal protection, and cities, sort of adaptation of, or technologies for cities to adapt to climate change. And that's both freely available as a book on our website, but also you find the underlying technologies in the database. So to get inspiration there. And coming to the second part, which is our partner network, which now contains 150 partners. Also from the organizers here is part of them. It's a mix of companies, both multinational and small and medium-sized enterprises, government agencies and international organizations, think tanks, universities and research institutions, platforms and consultancies, foundation and finance institutions, and NGOs. And the idea is to have a broad coverage of partners that have different geographical coverage, but also different expertise in the innovation development chain, and that those partners come together and support us with our goal and engage in the activities to make the dissemination and technology transfer happen. From India, we have 4 partners and 152 registered users, and the database contains 946 articles related to India, and below are a few examples of that. There are 891 patents, 55 user uploads, among which are 8 needs and one expert from India. One thing that we're considering is a potential acceleration project, and that's maybe also a call to tell us what you might be interested in. That could focus, for instance, on technologies for reducing pollution from medical industry leading to antimicrobial resistance, but there are also other potential topics that could be of interest.
And explaining now in more detail what the acceleration projects are. It's something that we have started in 2015 in Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam with a project on wastewater treatment. Then the following year, we had one in East Africa on the agriculture and water sector. 2017, we had, it was more a conference related to water. In 2018, we had one in Southeast Asia on energy, air and water and agriculture technologies. In 2019, we started one that's still ongoing in Latin America on climate smart agriculture. Last year, we had one on palm oil mill or the treatment of palm oil mill effluents. And this year we started one in China on technologies to green Chinese cities. And I'll explain in more detail what that is. So as I said, these are the different projects that are still ongoing. The methodology is the same for all of them. We pick a certain theme, like an environmental challenge or an area of technology, then work with the local partner to identify demand. So for instance, in Indonesia, it was to look at the palm oil mills that were interested in greening this rather sort of polluting business and identify sort of demand for green tech solutions with them and capture that, put it on the database, and then map potential solutions. And that's how it works. And those potential solutions then also can inspire others who are facing similar problems. Out of these projects that have been quite successful, we have managed to get different deals. For instance, one on leveraging micropayment technology to increase safe drinking water. So what we brought together here was two companies, one of them offering a methodology to treat the water so that it would be safe to drink, and then combining it with a solution that allows micropayment that was developed by the other company, which is Sustec. So just a few details on the acceleration project in Indonesia. As I said, it was about options for treating and valorizing palm oil mill effluents in Indonesia. But obviously, I mean, we focus on Indonesia, but that would be also of interest to other palm oil mill producing countries. There are different solutions that have been identified that range from methane capture over biogas, solid separation for fertilizers, biochar, biodiesel, biohydrogen, and so on. That was carried out in collaboration with Winrock International as an implementing partner. We have identified 19 needs and 24 technologies that were obviously also integrated if they weren't already in the database. And we have also produced a catalog that describes those technological options again to inspire others. These solutions are also interesting for other production processes with sort of natural with products that are high in organic content. So not only for palm oil effluents, but it could be also of interest for other areas. Out of that, there's also been a deal that came, which is a palm oil mill in Indonesia, who had submitted a need to address the challenge of empty fruit bunches, and that was ended up emitting methane, which, as you know, is also a very potent greenhouse gas. And through the project, they found a provider, PT Admira, who offers a system to a compostation system that helps treat the empty fruit bunches and that way also reduce methane emissions. Some of the other options that have been identified do face challenges though, and that has to do with the regulatory framework in Indonesia. For instance, when it comes to fertilizer, which I think is quite interesting because many of those solutions could result in producing organic fertilizer, but there's a system that subsidizes fertilizers from fossil fuels. And similar for some of the energy generation solutions that are faced with the system where it would make it difficult to sort of have other sources feeding into that system. So that's apart from the technology aspect is sort of influences by the system in which we operate that makes or provides or doesn't provide incentives for some of the solutions to be applied, which I think is quite interesting. The second one that I want to mention is the LAC Climate Smart Agriculture project that is carried out in Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Peru. It's focusing on sustainable agriculture, forestry, soil recarbonization, zero-till, and the wine sector. It was launched in 2019 and has created a strong network of partners. There again, 70 needs have been identified, 115 potentially corresponding technologies have been mapped, and the parties have been connected. That was funded by the government of Japan. And what came out of there is, again, catalogs with different solutions. For instance, this is an example focusing on the Chilean wine industry and the solutions that would be available. In that case, it's mainly that Chile is faced with increasing drought as a result of climate change, and it's about technologies that could help deal with increasing drought in Chile. The last one is China Cities Acceleration Project, where we started in 2021, initially focusing on Beijing, and it's targeting environmental issues in big cities. There, 10 needs have been uploaded, and 32 potentially corresponding technologies have been identified. For instance, there's a need by the Lakeview Hotel in Beijing that is looking for innovative kitchen waste treatment technology, because as you can imagine, in big hotels, a lot of kitchen waste is being generated, and they were looking for technology to treat that kitchen waste. And that also led to one of the success stories, because again here a food waste composting technology has been found and has been already implemented. A second success story resulted from that in terms of that concerned a big residential building block in which there was increasing demand to have a charging system for electric vehicles, and the ones who were looking for those charging systems were sort of some of them were implementing the piles themselves, but that led to energy problems. And so the manager of the building complex tried to find or was looking to find a solution that would allow the high numbers of demand for charging electric vehicles. And they have also found a solution here to deal with that problem. Then there's one success story that came through the database in itself, not so much through the acceleration projects, which concerned an environmental or a technology for increasing the environmental friendliness of developing hand cream. And that was taken up by a group of students at Toyo University who created a new hand cream with the help of that technology from Shiseido. And then from the Latin American acceleration project, we had through further two further deals. One of them was on concerned automatic selection application in agricultural spraying vehicles through automatic weed identification. And the second one was a quality management system to enable sustainable certification on agriculture. So switching gears once more, and that relates to maybe what I've said about the innovation in ecosystem. We have also started an activity that brings together the intellectual property offices and sort of collecting what, because they obviously would also like to contribute to that green transition. And we have collected some of the different activities that the different offices are carrying out and have developed 13 concept notes that are meant again to inspire others, and to what we want to provide is a source of inspiration and exchange also going forward, maybe about not only capturing what is out there, but also facilitate interaction between the different offices on how they could evaluate the different activities that they're engaging in. Another field is, because I mentioned about providing visibility to not only technologies, but sometimes also to the innovators that are behind those technologies. And we have started a series also to highlight innovation from female inventors and green entrepreneurs and the development of their businesses and their experiences, and have a quite exciting series featuring really very interesting technologies from different parts of the world and different very impressive women, and that's also to tackle the problem that that they sometimes face in terms of the attention that they get for what they do, and the challenges sometimes also with raising finance for female green entrepreneurs. Even though I've seen recently a study from the UK in which that problem was looked at for sort of female entrepreneurs raising finance from venture capital finance, and at least for green tech in the UK, I admit that's very specific. They were more successful than their male counterparts, but really that remains the exception, and I think that's a pity because they shouldn't be held back by those conditions. But that's our contribution in this area. And last but not least, we had started together with our colleagues in the IP for Business division, a project which helps green innovators with their IP management strategies. That's called IP Management Clinic. In the first year in 2021, we have done that in a sort of green tech across the board. In 22, this year, we have done that on technologies to make fashion more sustainable. And next year we are thinking of doing agriculture. And there are some insights that we have learned, and a methodology that we have developed to help support the IP management. I mean, those of you who do that as an everyday business, you know, but obviously IP management is very much linked to the business in itself. And so if there's problems with the business models then that also has implications with the IP strategies, and sometimes also the business strategies or aspirations and the IP strategies aren't aligned. And that's not only important for green tech, but that's probably true across the board. But one thing that's maybe more specific to green technology is that green technology is often very, well, technology-based, but what I want to say is that very often the companies focus only on patents, but overlook other aspects of more comprehensive IP strategies, such as trademarks, designs, utility models, and above all, proper trade secrets management. And then there's also branding opportunities that go beyond doing good, that are sometimes overlooked in the sense of that some of these green technologies outperform conventional technologies. And I think that's something that the companies should highlight more if it's the case for their technology. But sometimes they sort of only jump on saying that they are green and well, fail to highlight the tangible aspects that show how they outperform. And sometimes also, well, neglecting the business side a little bit, sort of having proper business model, having proper strategies and that in place. But at the moment, there's quite a favorable policy and finance environment for green technology that I think the SMEs should use and make use of. I won't go through these. These are sort of different tools that we have developed to support innovators. And I want to conclude by just summing up a bit. There are challenges that we face in a transition to a green economy. We want to provide or help with the technology aspects of those challenges and support innovation and innovators with visibility, with the IP management, and with making proper connections with the right business partners. One thing that we have in our notes to improve in the future is to improve access to funding by connecting entrepreneurs with investors, and also by helping them with the relevant knowledge and tools to raise funds successfully. Then we want to also facilitate new ways of innovating together and looking to start a project on impact licensing, and continuing to encourage demand-driven innovation, both through acceleration projects and future innovation calls. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Again, that's a plea to look and search and see what's available in terms of technologies and needs on our database. That's free of charge. You don't have to register for that. If you want to upload either technologies needs or your expert profiles, you would have to register, but still that's for free. And then you can start connecting through the database with others. So thank you very much for your attention, and happy to answer any questions if there are. Thank you.
Nolita, you are on mute.
Yes. So thank you, Ms. Anja, for your informative address. I think participants can ask their question if they have any, and also the co-panelists or speaker can inform if they have any query, any questions to Ms. Anja. I think, Ms. Anja, I have not seen any query as of now. If we have, even during this workshop, we will post you. Many thanks for your joining and also sharing us very informative your talks, that's actually encourages us, and thank you, and we'll be in touch with you in future also. Thank you, Ms. Anja. So with this, we are going to the next speaker of the workshop, Dr. Jan Sawant, Assistant VP Praj Industries Limited. Mr. Sawant, your talk would be around 20 minutes. So if you have any presentation also, you can share over here.
Yeah.
Over to you. Yeah.
I'll share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can, but you need to make it full
Yeah,
screen.
make it in full screen.
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Today, basically, I would be talking about how bioeconomy can be an enabler of net zero. Net zero, which is a hot topic people are talking about. And I would like to just give a brief account of how this can be a good enabler for net zero. So basically, the outline of my presentation would be first setting up the context. I'll give a snapshot of Praj. What are the Praj endeavors in the field of bioeconomy? Then I will talk about our two platforms, Biomobility and BioPrism. And I will share some of the experiences that we have had, our journey, and what is the strategy of our journey ahead. So to set up the context, actually, you must have seen all this nature's fury across the globe. Last year, the wildfires, hailstorms, floodings, heat waves, cyclones, droughts, excessive rains. So definitely, although we say there is climate change, but it has been adversely impacting the ecology as well as the human lives. And if you look at the decade from 1980 to 2000 and then 2000 to 2020, you see the figures are growing, they are bulging almost thrice in the size. The reported disasters, the number of deaths, these are the global figures, total affected human lives and losses in terms of US dollars. So there's a sharp increase in all the losses in all the fronts, life as well as property. So basically, when we look at this, what's happening? So if you look at the screen and where we look at the marine ecosystem, the forest ecosystem, you can see the figures which I have mentioned here. These are basically fluxes in terms of gigatons of carbon per year. So in this figure, you can clearly see the nature is clearly balancing itself very nicely. So if you look at the forestation, the carbon that is being absorbed back and the carbon which is being released, the figures are almost equally balancing. Similarly, you could look at the marine biota, what it exchanges with the atmosphere. These figures also pretty match with each other. The main issue comes here. The anthropogenic activities, which we are releasing almost 5.5 gigatons of carbon per year. And that is what we need to really look at. People talk about saving the earth, saving the planet. Basically, earth and planet, they are capable of saving themselves. What we need to do is we have to save ourselves, because once the climate change happens, it will be difficult for human beings to survive. So basically, what is important is saving the human dynasty on the planet. So what is bioeconomy? So bioeconomy basically is a knowledge-based production and use of biological resources to provide products and services in all economic sectors. And biomass, which is a renewable source, is a very, a foundation stone of bioeconomy. And Praj is based on all its technologies, the technologies which Praj develops are around this biomass. So how we can take this biomass to fuels, how we can take this biomass to make various chemicals. So all our technologies are built around that. So you can see in the circular economy, the biomass comes into as a raw material, and then it processes technologies, products, and then the recycle is the carbon capture. So once that cycle is complete, you have a circular bioeconomy in action, actually. So what would be the drivers of global bioeconomy? Basically, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, then the NDCs as per Paris Climate Agreement, and Race to Zero campaign, which all people are talking about, and then commitment to climate action as per the Paris 2015 agreement. So these all, we believe, would be driving the global bioeconomy now. If you look at bio and petro value chains, actually, we are switching from petroleum economy to bioeconomy. So what is it happening exactly? If you look at the petroleum value chain, it starts from exploring, drilling, and then cracking. So here you have very few number of people doing this, and then it goes to the number of crackings units are more, the bulk. So your pyramid is a structure where end user applications, the end users are huge in number, they are at the bottom of the pyramid. And the top of this is capex heavy. So this is a petro economy. You compare it with bioeconomy, what happens is, it starts with your renewable feedstock over the biomass. So taking this biomass and making biocrude, pre-treatment, and then converting it into platform chemicals, these all are all capex heavy players. So a lot of smaller players cannot come into this domain unless government gives them a support to enter into this. Whereas once you are into this, then your specialty drop-in user applications, here you have huge number of cultivators, aggregators. They are large in numbers. So here even the aggregators play a very important role, because they have to aggregate all this biomass from the cultivators and bring it to a player who's playing here into this capex heavy domain. So what this especially tells us is aggregation of this biomass becomes a very crucial aspect when we look at bioeconomy. So availability of biomass is one aspect, and other is biomass is quite scattered around. So aggregation becomes a very important aspect of bioeconomy. So Praj endeavors in bioeconomy basically it has a two-pronged approach. So one is the biomobility, where we have our transport solutions, right from motor cars to marine, CNG, RNG, and sustained aviation fuel. So all types of mobilities or all types of fuels, biofuels, are covered under the biomobility platform that Praj has. And we have a bioprism, where we take this biomass to make renewable chemicals and materials. Biodegradable polymers is one of the main focus areas of our bioprism domain. So basically, Praj approaches, Praj is a technology player, and basically it tries to form a relation between the feedstock supplier and the end product users. So end product user has a specific need, and feedstock user has a specific type of product. Then Praj develops a technology where that feedstock can be converted into a specific product as per the needs of the end user. So basically, what we feel is feedstock technology and products, that is the FTP, they form a foundation of this bioeconomy. So you need good players in the feedstock domain, good players in the technology, and also good players from the product side. That is people who can develop applications for these renewable products, maybe as drop-in or maybe as substitutes for the petro-based products that are in the market today. So all these three players need to come into good partnerships to make bioeconomy a reality and a success. So basically, this biomobility and bioprism platforms, we feel that it can have positive impact on environment, economy, as well as what is most crucial is the social impact. Because if you see the earlier slide which I had shown, so there is a huge base of cultivators. So there is a large farming community in this country, and this is mostly in the rural areas. So once this bioeconomy starts picking up, then there will be a lot of job creation in the farming community. There would be a lot of rural entrepreneurship, small entrepreneurs coming up around that farms. And obviously the health issues, biomass, as we all know, stubble burning has been the major issue for air pollution and all the health issues, especially Delhi is experiencing that. So if we convert this biomass into a biofuel, obviously a farmer will get more money from that, so he would not be interested in burning that stubble. He would rather take it to a person who would process that biomass into a biofuel. So now I finally come to Praj. So what basically we have been in this journey. So it's 4 decades of commitment on the from Praj to biorenewable economy. And you can see our chairman has been recognized by George Washington Carver Award in 2020. So first time an Asian has received this award, or the award has come first time in this part of the world. We have around 300 plus patents, and I can very well say that more than 90% of these patents are all around biomass utilization and building cleaner technologies. At our R&D, we have got 90 plus scientists. So most of our customers were about more than 1,000 plus customers in 100 plus countries. We have supplied the technologies. These are all indigenous technologies which are developed on our home ground. So we have about 4 business verticals. So one is bioenergy, which is a solution provider in 1G and second generation bioethanol plants. We have high purity, where we give plants to make high purity water for pharma, biotech, and other industries. And all these technologies, what we give to the customer, the entire plant is catered by our manufacturing or engineering business, where we make these plants. So, and then obviously R&D, which develops the technologies for our business. So overall, Praj has expertise across the entire value chain, right from R&D to manufacturing, installation, commissioning, the entire project management, and the life cycle management also. So basically, development and then deployment, that is innovation and then delivering solutions. So Praj has expertise, in-house expertise, which gives a seamless experience to our customers. You can call it like one-stop shop for whatever your needs are. Basically, why we were looking at this is India has got an advantage of a rich biodiversity of feedstock. So huge potential. So sugary and starchy feedstocks, we have almost 23 to 25 million metric tons of surplus grain lying with us. crop residue, which I was talking about, especially stubble burning, on an average about 80 to 90 million metric tons of agri residue is available surplus, and most of it is then burnt in the fields. And then again, industrial waste, food processing is one of the major industries what we have. So this food processing industry waste causes a lot of pollution. Similarly, your sugarcane industry or cane sugar making industries also make a lot of pollution. So there we have also found strong opportunity where we can utilize this industrial waste to convert it into value-added products. For example, press mud, we take it to and make your renewable gas out of it. And again, availability of non-arable land. So where we have a potential to grow energy crops. So if government comes in and this land is available for growing energy crops, it can be utilized. So India has got a huge potential for self-sufficiency in the form of renewable energy. And once we switch on to this renewable energy, since they are crops, obviously we would be creating a huge carbon sink also, which would again have a very positive impact on the environment. So just to give you a picture of how technology can be an enabler for carbon intensity reduction. So if you look at the present scenario, that is the first bar chart which you can see here. So the carbon intensity here in terms of grams of CO2 emitted per mg of ethanol, it's almost 73.9. It's this is calculated using a software where we calculate the carbon intensity. And as we go on switching to improving the technology, for example, we introduce a MVR technology, that is vapor recompression technology. We introduce CHP, that is heat integration across the plant. We also use their waste to make biogas, and that biogas is again utilized to get energy for running the plant. Then the transporters who bring in the biomass to the factory, if those are run on the renewable gas or the renewable fuel that is made from the plant. So you can see the carbon intensity reduces almost to 10%. This is CCUS, is basically carbon capture, utilization and storage. So as you all know that huge amount of CO2 is also emitted from a fermentation plant. So if that carbon can be captured, utilized, converted into a value-added product, and then again recycled back, then the carbon intensity of just corn to ethanol fuel plant can be reduced by almost 10 times. So what has this renewable fuels, what sort of impact they have had? So here I'm talking about the product part. So if you look at the SAF, that is sustainable aviation fuels, if you look at if they are made from corn, then the carbon intensity reduction is about 10 to 15%. If that corn ethanol is used in motor vehicles, then the carbon intensity reduction is about 20 to 50%. If that SAF, instead of corn, it is made from biomass, that is second generation of cellulosic, the carbon intensity reduction is almost 65 to 70%. Whereas if that cellulosic ethanol can be given to drive the motor vehicles, then it comes to almost 80 to 100%. And then you bring in the CBG or the compressed biogas or the renewable biogas, which even comes from cattle and other bio waste and all, then almost 80 to 120% is the CI reduction. So it becomes carbon positive. So these are the global footprints. You can see our partners are spread across the entire globe. So more than 1,000 plus references you can have in more than 100 plus countries across all 5 continents, and we are still counting. So a lot of projects are coming up now, especially with this government's new scheme of blending about more ethanol into petrol. So quite exciting journey for us. You must have all heard about the big launch. So our Prime Minister inaugurating the India's first second generation ethanol plant, which is built, the IOCL plant, this plant is built using Praj technology. So Praj is the technology partner there. Next in line, we have the Hindustan Petroleum project coming up at Bhatinda, Punjab, and the BPCL project, which is coming at Bargarh, Orissa. So this will come up in the next 2 years, 1.5 to 2 years. We have just signed an MOU with Indian Oil also for accelerating the alcohol to jet fuel platform. So Praj is partnering with Indian Oil in this context. And recently we signed an agreement with the Egyptian Sugar Institute and Innovation Council to expedite the bioeconomy in Egypt. So how we can take all our technologies to Egypt to help them, develop the bioeconomy there.
Dr. Sawant, kindly, you need to close.
I'm at the end of my presentation now. And then for the renewable fuels, we have set up a center of excellence and innovation at ICT Mumbai. So where we will be developing new polymers and testing. So what we bring to the table is our core expertise in process technology, solid understanding of the feedstock diversity, scale up heat integration, world-class R&D we have. And the R&D has got interdisciplinary technical expertise. So we have got right from molecular biologists to chemists, technical catalyst people, all work together as a team there. And we understand the local markets. So many of these foreign companies, they look forward to partner with Praj. They have a technology which works very well on corn, and they want to implement it on molasses. So then Praj helps them to transfer that technology entirely onto molasses base. And therefore, what we seek is, we seek complementary partners with global outlook in renewable green chemistry. We look at sustainable access to feedstock. So people may be having access to feedstock, but they want to convert it into some value-added products. We can share technology commercial risks, and we look at long-term partnerships, and then willingness to scale up in India, especially looking at the Make in India concept. And therefore, we look to build partnerships across these value chains. So we have partners in academia. You can see we have partnered with ICER, IIT, ICTs, NCL. In the market, we have Novozymes, Dedini. Most of the oil manufacturing companies are our customers. We are technology partners with Geo, CCAP, Lygos, where we have IP sharing also with many of them. This helps us keeping the technology edge. And of course, most of the government associations, we have a membership with them. So they assist us in network and policy advocacy also. So basically, to summarize, there is no doubt, or we cannot neglect, that there are natural calamities which are attributed to climate change, and it's a clarion call now that we need to take some action. And definitely bioeconomy will facilitate all the sustainable climate actions, and it will have a dual impact, or you can say a three-pronged impact on society, economics, as well as environment. And Praj has that unique FTP expertise to build this bioeconomy. And no doubt India is now poised to take a leapfrog into this segment of bioeconomy. So just to give you, Praj-enabled ethanol production is around 9.9 billion liters per year. So all the ethanol plants which are based on Praj technology, you can say they produce about 9.9 billion liters per year. And Praj has enabled carbon savings almost 10 million tons per year. This goes on increasing as our more and more plants come into operations. So thank you very much. In case you have any questions, I'm free.
So thank you, Dr. Savan. We got lots of information from Praj. So hopefully it will be very beneficial for all the participants and the stakeholders. So with that, we are going to the next speaker, Mr. Sachin Gangwar, Senior Product Manager, Tata Consultancy Services. I'd like to request Mr. Sachin, your allocated time would be 15 minutes. So request you to please be specific on that time, and over to you, Mr. Sachin. Yeah.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
Please make the it full screen.
Yeah, just doing it. Okay. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it is fine. Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm Sachin. I'm part of the TCS product team, and I look after one of the sustainability product which TCS has. We call it Intelligent Urban Exchange. Now, since the focus of today's sessions has been on green IP, so I thought of sharing some ideas as to how TCS is leveraging the IP which they are developing to meet the sustainability needs of the market. So definitely, without spending much time on the context setting, just quick, you know, a lot of these things. In fact, climate risk is an urgency which has to be addressed. We all know this, and there is an urgent need for solutions to reduce the global warming, the amount of CO2 which is being pumped into the air. In fact, one of the reports from World Economic Forum, if I just look at the top risks which our Mother Earth is actually facing in terms of likelihood and in terms of the impact the risk will have, you can actually see these are all related to climate. These are one way or the other related to climate, be it either on the extreme weather change or natural disasters. So this is a fact which no organization, nobody actually can avoid or can ignore, and it has to be addressed. Now, the way to address this, definitely it requires a lot of innovation, lot of effort to come up with efficient solutions which are purely focused on reducing the emissions which are happening, reducing the carbon emissions which are actually happening across our daily lives, across our manufacturing processes. So it requires a lot of investment, a lot of IPs to be created. And that is where I believe this green IP concept is something which will enable us to meet the sustainability goals as for the complete, you can call it for the complete Earth, which definitely consists of different organizations. So basically, if we focus on innovation and then protecting that innovation, so basically it requires a lot of innovation effort, a lot of IPs to be developed. Now, why I'm stressing on the fact IPs over here is, since it requires a lot of innovation effort, that innovation effort has to be triggered by means of an IP protection, for which we need to have this complete ecosystem of enabling an IP protection, a very seamless way of actually sharing these IP, a seamless way of actually managing the licenses. All those things will trigger an environment of creating these innovative IPs which can help us reduce emissions across organizations. In fact, TCS has been very actively working in developing a lot of these IPs, and I'll be actually touching upon one of these, in fact, few of these IPs which we have developed, and we have actually launched these IPs. In fact, we have actually implemented, productionized these IPs in a lot of our customer engagements, where there has been a very effective reduction in emissions. There have a very effective reduction in waste. So with this, actually, I just quickly wanted to touch upon the IP which we have on the sustainability space. And this actually is a platform which has got different modules to it. This has got the transport module, energy module, water modules. Then we have recently added a climate action module. Now, the reason this particular IP has evolved over a period of time. In fact, it started with addressing the sustainability needs of the cities, where cities wanted to meet, were actually focusing on smart cities, and they were looking at smart technologies. We approached smart cities from a sustainability angle, and we were giving solutions for meeting the sustainability needs. So we were not targeting an operational system for the smart cities, but we were looking at using AI and ML techniques to optimize and reduce the emissions, or optimize the overall resources which the city is using. So for example, the transport module, it's not a module which is monitoring the transport network. It's a module which will optimize, give a recommendation as to how you optimize the number of buses which you need to push into the field based on the demand patterns. Similarly, sustainable energy. This is a module not for controlling streetlights or for controlling your lighting network. It is a module which will understand the demand patterns. That is, what is the traffic pattern, what is the people flow pattern. So it will model that pattern and then optimize give a recommendation as to what is the most optimal luminosity levels and the schedule in which you need to operate the street lights. Similarly, we have sustainable water, which is more focused on using analytics and identifying where the losses in the water network at a city level are. So reducing losses on account of because water is one of the key resources, and it is depleting very fast. So this is one of the modules which we have launched and tested with a lot of our customers. Now, then there is this command center module, which is more overlying module, which is focusing on monitoring how the sustainability parameters are looking like, all the KPIs at a city level. We have recently added this climate action module, which is specifically addressing the sustainability needs of the enterprises. Now, this has become an urgency, primarily driven by the regulatory bodies pushing for different reporting requirements and meeting net zero goals of the enterprises. So this recent module has been added, and it's got a lot of, so all these modules which you see has got a lot of patents which we have actually created, and all these patents are available, and we are actually adding a lot of value to our end customers. Now, the recent module which we have added, the climate action module, I'll just quickly give you a view of what all features we are bundling together, and a lot of these features have got an underlying patent which we have actually gone ahead with. And these are modules which make the entire sustainability journey of an enterprise quite easy, helping them meet their net zero goals. So the tagline definitely justifies what we want to achieve. It's making the sustainability journey simplified. So we saw that a lot of organizations who were trying to meet the regulatory requirements, they were struggling to find how to actually monitor their emissions, how to actually report those emissions, how to reduce those emissions. So that's where we have given a complete bouquet of offerings using the same platform which I just spoke, the IUX. So it offers things like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reporting functionality. It gives a climate risk, physical risk, transition risk assessment capabilities. It gives tools for doing, so we have integration with different carbon marketplace. So if an organization is already capturing carbon, so if the organization is actually generating carbon credits and wants to exchange those credits on a marketplace, they can do it. Because we have an integration with the carbon marketplace. So we provide a complete set of tools helping an organization to monitor where they are as far as their emissions is concerned, helping them assess the risk the organization is facing on account of changing climate, then also giving them ways to reduce emissions. And these tools are more like scenario simulation tools or the goal monitoring tools, which will give enable an organization to do a what if analysis on how the emissions are looking like if they introduce certain changes in their current way of working. So all this is helping an organization to reduce their emissions, manage their emissions, monitor their emissions. So, and this is an IP solution which we have. And that's where actually I feel the green IP is actually triggering a lot of innovations, helping us to actually keep on working in this area and protecting this concept so that more such concepts are actually built, more such IPs are created in this domain. Now, I just quickly wanted to touch upon, because we use IP and TCS, we use IP along with the other services which we bundle around our IP. So definitely there's consulting piece to it. There's other aspects. So we cover the whole 9 yards around the sustainability. Right from design to implementation. So doing all sort of climate consulting to the point where we will handhold the customer to deploy the solution and then see the value out of the solution. Then that's what I wanted to cover. We have done a couple of implementations of this IP. One of the implementations which I just wanted to touch upon was with one of the leading customers in US, where the customer had just started their sustainability journey, and they were actually struggling to chart out their overall map on sustainability as to how they want to proceed, so what sort of a reporting they need to do. So we actually handholded them and then produced the initial reports, the emission reports, which were audited by third party using our tool, what you just now saw. So this particular tool, this IP accelerated their journey, made it simplified, and also helped them create the consulting piece, helped them create the complete roadmap of how they want to proceed on the sustainability space. One more engagement which we recently started was about with one of the automotive OEMs, which was actually trying to meet their net zero goals. This tool, in fact, this Intelligent Urban Exchange was positioned as the sustainability data platform for enabling their sustainability decisioning and also for sustainability reporting. And we are currently working with this OEM, and we have a complete roadmap where we are further building more IPs in collaboration with this OEM. So essentially, this concept of IUX is TCS uses this platform to bundle a lot of IPs around sustainability and position in the market. But the platform has the flexibility where we can co-create with the customers. So it provides an environment where our IPs get leveraged, and a co-created IP is actually onboarded, which is we can co-own with the customer. So this is an open platform where we can onboard our customers and we can jointly work with them and leverage our current IPs to create new IPs. So that's how this entire concept of IUX is. And this is one of the successful products, IP-based products, which TCS has been selling for quite a while now. That's all I had. Thank you. I believe it was on time. And if there are any questions, I'll like to take them. Hello. Navnita, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm connected.
Any question? I'm done. I believe it was on time.
It was indeed on time, and it was indeed before time. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Sachin. Informative address. So we are checking, is there any questions? Is there? I'm just checking the chat box. Yeah. I can't see any question right away, Mr. Sachin. If there are any, We will post you and take your advice, then put it in front of the participants.
Thank
Many
you.
thanks, Mr. Sachin, and we'll be in touch with you for our further initiatives. So with that, we are coming to the next speaker, Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu, Senior Regional Manager and Associate Editor, NRDC. Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for attending and speaking on this particular topic. So your allocated time would be 10 minutes. So you may accordingly proceed. Over to you, Dr. Sahu. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic is quite relevant, but it is need of the hour to how to take into a next level when we talked about green technology and managing green technology as a IP and taking that IP into creating value. So I hope, Namrata ji, my PPT is visible.
It is visible, but make it full screen.
I did full screen. I hope it's now full screen.
No. It is now. Yes,
okay.
You can start now.
Yeah, thank you. So technology certainly plays a very important role, and that we have seen during this pandemic to mitigate the challenge, how to respond, recover, and redesign. So NRDC as a national organization, how to mitigate such challenge and also the demand, particularly in the present context of sustainable development goal, green technology, in the blue economy. So in the gap and supply, how we are managing such kind of technology and also nurturing, leveraging such kind of technology at academia, industry, MSME, startup level, and managing, not only managing in the form of intellectual property, also supporting and handholding is most important that we do as a organization of national importance in value addition. Particularly for startup, we support in seed funding, equity participation, and also giving regulatory support. And we have a program like technology development validation for commercialization. We support and handhold the startup and MSME, particularly making the technology readiness level to a commercial viable technology. And in that respect, I would like to tell and inform there are many such technology, I will say green technology, that has been taken into consideration. And till today, if you'll see, we have around 2,500 of Indian technology available for commercialization, and done the commercialization, particularly in licensing more than 5,000 technology. 2,000 patent is in force, which were supported by NRDC in managing, filing, and also mitigating the challenge, particularly the intellectual property management in other IP also for the startup we support. So in that respect, NRDC as a organization, how we do technology transfer and mitigate the challenge of the industry and demand supply, because technology is most important, whether it is available and whether it is commercial viable or not. And that TRL level, normally we used to talk, but we normally looks another aspect of innovation model is that is innovation readiness level. Whether market is ready for the technology commercialization, whether society is accept that technology, and also whether there is a freedom to operate. So in that respect, NRDC had executed many technology transfer both nationally and internationally, and not only supported did the value addition, particularly in the green technology, and certainly green technology like this is one of the technology which I'm showing is a marine chlorophycin algae, that was the lutein production that has been developed by one of the lab, and we did value addition, IP protection, and also transfer and commercialize the technology. Likewise, we have been doing various technology transfer program both internationally under the bilateral collaboration, multilateral collaboration with various institutions, and taken Indian technology globally so that that technology can be available, affordable, and adaptable to the people. So NRDC has a success story of green technology transfer. we have collaborated with various academic institutions, R&D institutions in value addition of the technology, protection of intellectual property, and also handholding and transferring that technology to the MSME and startup industry. That's we have created a momentum and interest. Likewise, I'll give you one of the beautiful technology that is marine oil spill bioremediation, which is an eco-sustainable green technology that has a capability to eradicate the oil spill remediation in the normally at oil spill which happened in the sea level. And this technology we transfer, and now we are also looking forward and got the opportunity of transferring this technology internationally. And there are many technology like biosurfactant from marine bacteria, recycling of plastic waste to useful tile. So NRDC as an institution, we are handholding, support, and also manage, incubate, and also transfer and commercialize the various technology, including green technology. And that has certainly created a lot of momentum, interest, and also normally we today we are reaching out to the people, particularly when there is a demand of issues related to intellectual property right and climate change, with the innovative solution for better health, better environment. And that's we as a national organization in supporting, particularly in various marine technology, and also providing technological innovation support to MSME and startup to adopt innovative technology in the changing paradigm of ecosystem. So from here, I'll stop my presentation and I can take some of the question, and any interested MSME startup looking for technology related to green or any technology, we are there to support them and transfer them and commercialize them. That's our role in collaborating with every institution and organization in the country and globally in connecting the dot and also identifying the dots. Thank you, Navnita, and thank you all for giving this opportunity. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. So I'm just checking if there any question. So I can't see any question in the chat box, neither maybe participants can ask us later on. We can pose those questions to you. And many thanks, Dr. Sahu, for joining this today's session. So with this, we come to the end of the workshop, and this is also the end of the conference for day 1 also. So we'll be starting the tomorrow's session, and tomorrow, please join there. We'll be starting at around 10 a.m. sharp. So in the same link, participants can join. So request you to be there tomorrow and be part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was a pleasure.
It's
Thank you.
me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sachin. Thank you, Ms. Anjali.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savan.